Tonight, we have the extraordinary Cougar Eberhardt with us. His journey from a nature-loving child to amateur mycologist and shamanic healer is nothing short of remarkable. Cougar's early fascination with mushrooms, nurtured by his father and enriched through Boy Scouts and Native traditions, laid the foundation for a life dedicated to the natural world. His transformative experiences in Native communities deepened his understanding of shamanic healing. Today, he continues to reconnect people with the natural world, drawing upon his years of travel and learning. Cougar is authentic, he is real, he is honest, and we're going to talk to him right now.
You're listening to the MycoGeeky Podcast, a podcast that inspires people to grow mushrooms at home to improve their mental, emotional, and physical health. Most people call him geeky, and he is a passionate mushroom cultivator, advocate, and educator. Every week, he sits down with fellow cultivators, mushroom educators, scientists, and therapists to discuss the various ways people can approach mushroom cultivation and how mushrooms can be used to improve their lives.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the MycoGeeky Podcast, the podcast that goes deep so you can level up your at-home mushroom cultivation.
You're listening to the MycoGeeky.
Oh, we are live, and guess who just hit his space bar? Let's do that again. Welcome to the MycoGeeky Podcast, the podcast that goes deep. Sometimes we go so deep we accidentally hit buttons. We're trying to level up that home mushroom cultivation game for you guys. That's what we're here to do. Mistakes or no mistakes, we still keep the ball rolling. Anyway, we got a great show for you tonight. We get a chance to sit down with, I'm going to tell you right now, one of the more fascinating people you're probably going to see on the show here. He has done it all. He is a complex, multifaceted individual, spiritually, cultivation-wise, well-traveled, well-educated. He's just a cool guy. And beyond that, he's one of the only people I talk to on a regular basis who, when he messages me, he starts with good afternoon. He is a gentleman. He is a nice person. And in this day and age, I'll take it. So anyway, before we do that, though, we're going to shout a few people out. I want to shout out all my Patreon supporters. You guys are great. You guys are keeping the ball rolling for me. You guys made a decision to go, okay, I watch this every week. I'm gonna go ahead and actually take the next step. I'm gonna support this guy. I like what he's all about. I watched the show. I appreciate you guys. 100%. Couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you very much. If you guys want to support me on Patreon, just go to patreon.com/MycoGeeky. You can also just go to Google, type in the word Patreon, type in the word MycoGeeky. If you can't figure it out from there, don't worry about it. Also want to shout out my Discord mods. Discord continues to be a great place to figure some stuff out, to connect with people who are going through similar problems that you have in your cultivation experience, your cultivation journey. It's a tool. Use it. I probably had 3 or 4 people this week who've specifically reached out and said, I got to get on your Discord. I can't get these problems solved. I've been trying. I get them on the Discord. Not even a half a day later, I get a message. Problem solved. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So if you guys want a resource like that, just, connect to Discord, make it happen. What else have we got going on? Okay. No, I'm not going to talk about that. Never mind. We're not going to get there just yet. What we are going to do, though, right? I do want to say this. I have been seeing you guys. You guys are getting out in the woods. You guys are connecting with nature. You guys are picking some mushrooms. You guys are figuring it out. I had a few people reach out this week who are like, all right, what is this iNaturalist thing all about? I got to get on it. Let me figure it out. That makes me feel real good. I mean, we can sit here and we can just grow mushrooms and we can use them recreationally. We can macrodose and see what problems it can solve for us. Or we can go way beyond that and actually create a sacred relationship with this medicine, with these mushrooms, through both our cultivation practice, through our experience with them, through travel, which we're going to find out tonight. Our guest is well-traveled and His travel is deeply enmeshed with his spiritual journey. So there's a lot of reasons to take that next step. Going in the woods and being able to find a mushroom, know what ones you can eat, what ones are poisonous, what ones do magical things if you ingest them. This is all part of deepening a relationship with nature, which after the show tonight, I think our guest is going to make a really good case for that. So I do want to shout out before we get into it, stealthyspores.com. If you guys want some decks, he's got the winter decks. Let me see if I gotta take my face out. There we go. Winter decks. We got the spring decks. We gotta keep taking my face out. Spring decks. And you know what I think we need to do tonight? I don't have the manpower to set it up now, but I think I'll announce it. I got this extra. I think I got this deck because before the spring deck came out, I got an extra set of winter decks. I think we got to do a giveaway tomorrow. So tune into the Instagram and we will do I'll do one of those good old fashioned guess the number between 1 and 100 or something like that. And the first person to guess it, send me your address. I'm gonna send you 2 dice and two playable decks. Also, right now, I believe he's still running this bundle. He's got this cool playing mat, which kind of helps you figure out where to put the cards, what's going on, helps just keep track of things until you really figure the game out. So that's cool. Anyway, and it's a real. Some people are like, it's a little pricey. Sure, it is, right? It's not the massive Pokemon corporation that mass produces trillions of these decks, and they can make them for as cheap as possible. This is, just a guy like me decided to do something else. So these are cool cards, right? You can hear them. This is a real playable card. There's nothing. This doesn't feel like it was printed on a cry cut or anything like that. This is done the right way. So if you guys want to play around with the Stealthy Spores deck, give it a try. See what you think. Promo code Geeky for 10% off. All proceeds go to Michael Mama's Mycelium Revolution. I'm not keeping any of that money. What's the point? All right. So I'm going to tell you guys right now about our guest. He absolutely, hands down, is one of the most memorable people I have met since joining this crazy, funky, sometimes taxing and dramatic online myco community. Now, I met him in Mexico, and it didn't even take me 2 seconds to know I wanted to hang out with this guy. This guy had something to teach me from about 2 seconds in, and he is a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of perspective, and he can navigate the mean streets of Jalapa, in a rental just fine. So anyway, without further ado, let's welcome him to the show, Cougar Eberhardt. What's up, man?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. Sorry about the technical difficulty in the beginning. I even rehearsed it. I was like, I'm going to rehearse all this. I haven't done a live in a minute. I want to get it all smooth. And of course I hit my space bar, and I guess I learned about a feature on StreamYard I didn't know about. So, oh well, what are you going to do? So man, we hung out for a week in Mexico, had a good time. And definitely have stayed in touch since. I've been bugging Cougar to come on for a hot minute, and we finally got him on the show. So I am ready to do this. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, man. So let's do, like we do with everybody. We're going to do the first mushroom memory. I want you to go all the way back. If you can remember the first time. I can't specifically remember the first time, but I can remember what I was doing anyway, right? I was out in the woods. So anyway, let take me all the way back. I want to hear the earliest mushroom memory.
Actually, I can remember. My dad was always really into getting us outdoors. So just in playing outside, the fungi that I got engrossed with was puffballs, of course.
Oh,
because you can throw them and they make smoke, and you can step on them and they make smoke, and yet somehow all the times of exploring in the woods turning over logs, turning over rocks, things like that. There's something about all those white threads under everything that somehow I can't even comprehend it sitting here talking about it now. But somehow at that age, I understood at some level how relevant that was to our being and how relevant it was to this planet. So that's my first mushroom memory. I've always been fascinated by them, and whether it's what so many people say that, oh, they're from the underworld and they're, there's all this mystery that surrounds them and things like that. And I think that might add to the mystique possibly. And I could certainly see how, for me in particular, it would get my attention a little more, but honestly, I think it was just being out in the woods, flipping things over and trying to learn as much as I could from nature.
I like it. Yeah, you just made me think of, I guess this is it's an early mycelium memory. We heated with wood growing up. We were pretty broke. We'd cut down trees, would clear lots during the summer, build up a bunch of firewood so we could heat with this wood burning stove all winter. And I remember if wood had sat on the pile for a while, the bark would fall off. And every once in a while, the bark would fall off and reveal this massive, web of mycelium. I don't even think at that age, though, I didn't put two and two together and realize, oh, this is what creates mushrooms. I thought it was like a separate kind of fungus. I just didn't even know. But yeah, these are all the little things you figure out if you spend any time in nature. And great on your dad for getting you out and doing all that. What motivated him to get you out in the woods?
Honestly, Geek, I don't really know. I don't know that he got to do a whole lot of that, in his early childhood. I know that
Right.
he did a bit later, but as far as his really early childhood, honestly, he never really talked too much about that. So I don't really know entirely. I think he was just kind of like both my folks, that they were just trying to raise two boys and, and give us as many opportunities and, expose us to as many things, as they could. And, some of them for better or for worse, they felt like they had to expose us to religion and, all kinds of other things that, society tells them to do. And some of us just kind of figured out early on that just wasn't our church. My church has always been outdoors. It still is. I'm sitting here barefoot at the moment. I mean, I got gravel around my place, so I can't do that when I'm outside part of the time. But if I'm out down near the garden and stuff, I like to be barefoot. There's just something about feeling the earth without having, that other layer of insulation in there, kind of thing.
Yeah, I like it. That's cool, man. Yeah, it's great if we have parents that even remotely try to expose us to the world and help us gain some sort of perspective on things in the world, for sure. I was also brought up by religious parents, but they did, try to expose me to new ways of thinking to some degree. And yeah, so it's shout out to the parents. I'm one now. It's not easy, man. I got a 12, 8, and 5-year-old, and man, it doesn't get any easier. I know that.
Oh, God bless you.
Oh, yeah. All right. So we got first mushroom memory. Let's do Myco origin story. Get me, how do you take me from just a kid seeing mushrooms to that moment when you realize mushrooms are going to play a greater role in your life. So get whatever it takes to get us up to that point.
Well, I mean, I was really involved early on in the scout program. So, I mean, got involved in Cub Scouts and as we went to go sign up for it, of course, there weren't enough parents. So of course, then my dad signs up to be the head of it. And my mom ends up being my den mother, which is always a classic. Like I didn't spend enough time with them already.
Right.
So I mean, there's a little bit of teaching in that about nature, but for me, the spending time out there and then always feeling like there was more, that there's always other stuff on the horizon and asking yourself the questions. I'm kind of empathic by nature and inquisitive by nature. And for me, I have a direct knowing about things. And I didn't understand that as a kid. And it was actually problematic because, you know, when you ask somebody a question about something they don't know you know about, there's a lot of inconvenience that happens. But in just basic studying of things, I guess what really brought me into fungi, other than just exploring them in nature, was once I was in high school. And high school was not my element. You know, it was didn't really have much to do with my real education, even though I went to a really good school that, you know, was in a good district, and we had a lot of resources that a lot of schools would die to have. But for me, it felt stifling. There was something under the surface. So as trying to figure out what that was, I mean, my first experience with psychedelics was at like 15.
Mm.
And that was with LSD. It was a hit of Snoopy. So,
all right.
you know, and for those watching that are going to be unnerved by this, in case my mom is watching, actually, I did it at school. Not the brightest plan.
You're not the only one. I'm not going to name names.
I recognize.
Yes, a lot of LSD does occur, does become first experienced in the classroom setting.
Yeah. So my teachers at the time didn't have any idea. I somehow managed to get through the day. Didn't find it terribly challenging. You know, it was very visual and all of that, but I don't know. I seemed to be comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, within about 2 years of that, mushrooms showed up. I mean, I was looking for them, you know, before. And man, that first mushroom trip, I knew I was home.
I like it.
Wasn't even terribly powerful. Set and setting was not great because I didn't know about that stuff at 17 years old. I had a friend who was having a party at his house. His parents were out of town, of course. We had some mushrooms. So 4 or 5 of us, you know, split what we had. And, you know, it was very eye-opening for me. It allowed me to feel things that I already knew that were there at a deeper level. And maybe for the first time ever, I got to see things as I believe they really are.
Right. So
instead of this overview, this matrix, this whatever everybody wants to call it, I was seeing things that as they always are that way. And after that, I mean, fungi have always been fascinating to me. You know, I started learning a little about them then, but I mean, I didn't, you know, I did a couple of grows really early on, just kind of fruiting in jars and stuff. And, you know, kind of the McKenna tech, you know, and it worked. It produced enough. And that was way, way better than, you know, what we had access to, which was a big cue for me. Because that truly shaped how my cultivation practice goes now. Because singing to the mushrooms is not out of the ordinary. Talking to them is norm.
Yeah.
You know, giving them the very best of conditions so that they can give us the very best of themselves just seems like a good trade for me.
Yeah. Man, it's funny
the
you
very least
say
we can do for these sacred little beings.
I love you just said that. I felt bad because somebody on Mycoholics Anonymous, a very focused intermediate to advanced cultivation group that isn't, we're trying to do something a little different there. Anyway, I get a woman who tries to do a post and it's like 2 minutes of her just talking to her mushrooms. Just talking to one of her bags. Oh, look at you, little girl. Oh, you're so cute. And it just kept going on and on. I'm laughing. I'm crying. It's amazing. And of course I'm like, but I can't approve this post. I feel so bad because it's got nothing to do with cultivation practice. But I mean, now I'm sitting back going, after you say that, maybe I'm wrong, that maybe she was demonstrating a very advanced cultivation practice of having that connection with the fruit.
I think it is. I think that many people in, consensus, at least reality, they don't stop to think what they're asking of these beings. They're
Right.
just looking
Yes.
for a trip, so to speak. And I don't know, that just hasn't ever been my way. I mean, at this point, just for info's sake, I haven't done a macro dose in 2 years. I don't generally feel led to. I mean, yeah, if you can do it anytime you want, what's the hurry?
Right.
Why not let set and setting arrive at perfect timing and allow it to evolve organically? So if I've planned something for 6 months and on that day, if it doesn't feel right, I'll bail on it in a minute, because my ceremonial experience has taught me that. It's like when your instincts speak up at that level, it's crazy to not listen to them. So I
but
get
people do
your
that.
point though too.
People do that all the time. They don't trust themselves, right?
Sure.
We don't
But
trust.
I think these medicines can change that over time.
I think so.
They can help us find those blocks that we don't know we have, those blind spots, those dark places and corners. They're not things to be avoided. They're just things that got neglected and they got shelved.
Yeah.
And bringing them into the light can be a lot more powerful. In fact, it's almost always a lot more powerful than leaving them in the dark.
So I agree. I also think, I mean, it's so fascinating to me in the, I guess I got to explain what I'm thinking here in my head. So in the emergency room, I can't tell you how many times people will come in with a problem and it'll be like, yeah, I've been, exercising 4 hours a day and my back hurts. And we're like, okay, so did you stop working out for a period of time? No. Okay. Maybe you should do that. Or, man, I've just been, I got a terrible headache. I got this, I got that. I'm fatigued. Okay. How's your sleep been? I'm not sleeping well at all. Okay. I mean, our bodies are wise, right? When we're tired, we should go to sleep. When we're hungry, we should eat. When we're full, we should stop eating. I don't always do that one, but right. These are like the basic, this is like, just listen to your body. Just trust your intuition. Like I could not agree more with you. The older I get, I can reflect back on situations where I'm like, oh, that awful situation I found myself in was all because I didn't listen to the voices in my head screaming, what the fuck are you doing? Stop, stop. Yeah.
Dude, I think we've all been there.
Yeah, we don't. We just make
I mean,
mistakes.
that's why else are we here otherwise?
It's true.
If we
That's
literally have all the answers and we're in full command of them, I mean, this is still a cool ass place to come play.
Sure.
But
you're right. Yeah.
At the end of the day, if you've got all the answers and everything, you're in the wrong place already.
I love that. That's, yeah.
I mean, it
None
took
of us
me,
got it.
blood and sweat and tears to get where I trust my instincts. And there are very few people's instincts that I trust as much as mine. My wife Shannon is one. I'll put her instincts against anybody's. So on one of those moments where I'm questioning shit, I defer to her.
Right.
It's like, how does this feel to you? And all these years of working with energy, I mean, at a level it prepares you for some of this stuff, but at a level it takes you into territory that, to be perfectly honest, that most humans don't recognize exists. If nobody's ever told you about it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's like, it's even when you learn about something, you have to learn like a foundational amount of information to even be able to comprehend all the shit you don't know, right? Like in the beginning, you don't even know what you don't know. Then you learn a little bit, then you know more of what you don't know. Then you keep learning. And the more you know, the more is revealed that things are more complex than you realize. That always ends up being true. There's nobody ever learns a certain amount of things and then goes, I got it all figured out now. It's all been made aware to me.
If they think that, they definitely haven't.
They definitely haven't. Yes. 100%. Yes.
I mean, if you know that, that's one thing.
Right.
But if you're thinking that, watch out.
Yeah.
I've been kneecapped by that one a couple of times. Oh, I finally got this figured out. Splat.
Yep. And that's exactly when it happens.
Every time. Just when you're
Yes.
patting yourself on the back. Every time.
Every time. Oh yes. All the things we talk about. These were never conversations I had as a youth. These are older, wiser conversations for sure. Yeah.
Definitely.
With more perspective. Yes. All right. So I'm reading some notes here.
Okay.
And I remember you had talked to me a little bit when we were driving around Mexico about your experience in Boy Scouts, Eagle Scouts, all that good stuff. And the way you talked about it, it really dawned on me like, man, I got kicked out of Cub Scouts and I never went back. And I regret it because I think I would have really enjoyed continuing to be a part of that whole organization. As long as I could dodge the bullets that we know about now, it's all good. Why don't you walk us through your experiences in the Scouts and how you feel like that shaped a little bit of your connection to the outdoors?
Well, my experience with it was that for the first time ever, we were going on trips because, I mean, you go on field trips with school and stuff, but until you've been like camping, until you've spent the night out,
right?
Until I mean, I don't mean this the wrong way. Parents don't take this the wrong way, but sometimes just getting out from under your parents, for a bit in a situation that you find stimulating is important. Oh, yeah. So for me, it was kind of like Cub Scouts and Webelos and all that was kind of like laying the groundwork. But since I knew a lot of the guys that were in it and they were friends and I made other friends because of that, that was kind of cool anyway. It was something cool to do. And, but once I actually got into the Boy Scouts, the particular troop that I was with and the scoutmaster that I had, he was brilliant. Very, very religious, not my scene. Any camp out we went on, there was Vespers or church or whatever on Sunday. But I mean, at least his way of doing it, I could appreciate. It wasn't just basic Bible thumping. This was he tried to speak to us in the environment we were in about things we were dealing with. So I can at least appreciate that from another person's faith perspective. But for me, the part that made the huge difference was being in the outdoors more. Was, our troop was camping at least a weekend a month. Oh, wow. And then usually 2 weeks a year in the summertime. So we'd go to summer camp locally one year at Burt Adams in Atlanta. And then every other year we would come up closer to where I currently live now, North Carolina, up to Boone, which was a much more wilderness style camp. And the second time, I guess, that happened, I was 16, and at 16, they had kind of I guess you'd compare it to kind of like an outward bound. So where most of my troop was, in camp all week and learning different other things and learning, about their other merit badges they were working on and stuff like that. I was going on adventures, and canoeing and hiking and, and then essentially, coming back into the camp like a day or 2 days before we left. So again, I really feel like all of this was just laying groundwork. It just deepened my connection with the earth, which deepened my connection with myself, which deepened my connection with the people around me, which then reflected these things back to me even more. And being an empath, you start recognizing pretty quick that it's better to put out there into the world what you want, because that's whatever you put out there is going to come back. So just those observations at that age, looking back on them now and looking at where I know some of the kids are today, because I I graduated from Scout, at 18, you're out. And I've barely finished my Eagle before that because my project was so aggressive. I was doing a huge trail restoration along the Chattahoochee River in Atlanta, and it was just taking way more hours than I had anticipated. I mean, I was totally dedicated to getting it done, but meanwhile, I was running out of time. But once I left that, because of my experience with it, and I loved wilderness survival even back then, and that was a foundation of work that was to come, and eventually all of this just kind of coalesced into me teaching a couple of classes at my old troop. And by then they all had Game Boys, and all everybody wanted to do was play kickball before the meeting, and nobody wanted to sit and listen. Nobody, so I kind of missed the people who were more like me, that they were excited when we had a guest and we wanted to pick their brain about what they knew that we didn't. And I'm not going to say that everybody's that way, but at least that was my experience with my own troop when I tried to return as an adult, and I just couldn't do it.
Wow. Now, yeah. So I grew up in Western Michigan. We live right by the state park. I lived in the woods, but I got kicked out of Cub Scouts because the Cub Scout leader's son won the little Pinewood Derby, and he won it because it was so obvious his dad built the thing for him. And my dad was a tradesman. He was a industrial arts teacher, and he wouldn't touch it. I had to do it. He would instruct me and give me advice, but I had to be the one to make it. And so I was so angry that kid's dad made him his winning, and I came in second or third. I don't think second, I think third. I was so mad, and he kept bragging about it. And I was like, you didn't even make this thing. Your freaking dad made it. And he's like, no, he didn't. And it was just so well done that it was like, there's no way I was wrong. So I picked that kid's soapbox little derby or Pinewood Derby car up. I smashed that thing against the wall so hard, and I said, there, now let's see you make one. And needless to say, I got kicked out of the Cub Scouts and never.
Wow.
So
I didn't know. I've never known anybody that got kicked out of Cub Scouts. I've known a few people that got kicked out of Scouts, but I
could have probably gone back next year or found a different troop or something like that. But now I was done, man. I was such a idealistic, like driven by ethics at a very young age that stuff. And that was all foundational stuff I got from my parents. My parents were ethical people. They believed in doing their own work. They didn't believe in cutting corners or cheating or anything like that. And so, man, I even to my detriment, I kind of fell into that a little bit. But
well, I mean, my dad on that same topic, he wouldn't build for my brother and I.
Yeah,
so
that's how it should be.
And I kept noticing in practice runs when we were building them at home, and we'd get the weight right and all that. I kept noticing that, as it would get partway down the track, the wheels would kind of shimmy a little bit. And when they do that, you're losing forward momentum.
Yeah.
And so I asked my dad about that. I was like, hey, what can we do to stop this? And he had this idea. He said, well, if you've got something that kind of sticks out of your axle a little bit, that holds closer to the inside little hub of that wheel, then, that should work.
Right.
So I took some pins, cut them down. So I cut the points off, pushed them in there, and then got my wheels till they were like almost touching it, and used powdered graphite, which I think both of those things are banned now, by the way.
I don't know. Yeah.
But back in the day, I mean, my brother and I won almost every year.
Nice. Yeah, man, all that stuff's cool. Like, that's gone now for kids, like making things. Oh my God, they wouldn't know what to do. It's unfortunate.
I totally agree.
So I got a note here that it looks like it's through Scouts. you got involved with Foxfire Elders. Tell me
Yeah.
about that. That sounds native, and I love all
Um,
the Native American stuff.
Foxfire, the Foxfire books were a project, I think, that was one of the schools in Dahlonega, Georgia. They had a
Okay.
guy, I think his name was Elliot Wigington, if I remember right. Wow, you're asking some deep questions, but that's cool. I dig that. Um, and it started as a school project. They started interviewing Appalachian elders and writing this wisdom in a series of books. Now I think there are 8 of them total.
Oh,
Everything from, oh my God, from panning for gold to how to make your own soap. And I mean, some of these old guys I met because
all right.
one of the other guys, one of the leaders in my scout troop who actually didn't have kids, he just, was had a lot of knowledge and wanted to be a part of it. And he introduced me to Kenny Runyon and a couple of these old, and I mean, some of these guys were like in their 70s when I met them. And one of them that lived close by to my house took a shine to my brother and I, and taught us how to pan for gold, taught us how to make split oak baskets all the way from the tree. There wasn't no buying your oak splits and just teaching you how to weave the basket. This is a how to pick the right tree, how to cut it down, how to season it, how to split it. Then when you've got it that far, come back and see me.
Wow.
So another one of those guys that totally shaped my life in ways I never would have expected.
And empowers a kid. Like, this is the thing, right? When I deal with this all day. I am not ever going to feel empowered by learning how to utilize this well, right?
Thank you.
I'm never going to feel empowered. Or playing a video game. I can play a video game of football or a video game of me skateboarding or mountain biking. But if I go out on the field and I can't throw a football, or I can't catch a football, or I can't run down the field with a football, then I can't play football. Doesn't matter how good I play the video game simulation of football. It's just not the same thing. So
Not
I
remotely.
just not
And
the
it
same
doesn't
thing.
build team building. It doesn't
Yeah.
build muscles. It doesn't build
Yep.
muscle memory. It doesn't build any of that.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is, I mean, I'm thinking fondly on some of the experiences I had as a kid getting, my dad always taught me how to build things or fix things, repair things, maintain things. These are lost slowly, but steadily losing these skills,
Well, and
unfortunately.
another thing, this guy, Mr. Malden, I still to this day don't know his first name, that he introduced us to was medicinal herbs. So he
Oh,
taught me
okay.
about, that's the first time I ever heard about ginseng. First time I ever heard about yellow root, poke root, and so learning how to identify some of these basic plants, and something about that resonated with me that, oh wow, so if I've got something that's, if I've got a place where I've bit my lip, wow, if I go find this root and I kind of chew on it, I mean, it
Right.
was bitter as crap, but um, it would get better. It was like, it was like using a styptic, or something of that nature. So, I mean, there's so many different levels that this old guy, and I think he was just glad to have 2 kids who were interested in learning about it, that maybe he just felt relevant again. I don't know, because
Right.
I certainly feel that way now when I'm teaching that to a young person when they go, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" And I
Right.
kind of give them the heads up, and they're like, "Wow, that's neat."
Oh,
That
dude,
there's something about
I felt
that.
that
That
way.
to me is
Yeah.
validation.
Yeah, man, I felt that way in Mexico. I just everywhere we went, like every plant I'd trip over or look at or mention, you could talk for 5-10 minutes about it. Oh, well, you know what this is good for? Oh, you can oil your engine with this. You can fix this with that. And I'm just like, man, you know a
It's
lot of stuff
amazing
about
what you
all
can
these
learn
plants.
in a lifetime if
Yeah,
you're dedicated to it.
it's true. It's really true. Well, so that was, I mean, we spent a little bit of time on the scouts, but I think it's important because I think it just represents something that's lost. There's a lot of young people that watch the show. There's a lot of young people that are struggling, trying to figure out how to be happy, and they keep thinking it's here and it's not. It's out there. That's why I said in the intro, I've been seeing people get out in the woods more. You know, these cube growers, where mostly all we talk about is growing cubes, but they're getting out. They're walking around the woods. They're trying to figure out what they're finding, and you can just tell they're having a good time.
That's my happy place for sure.
Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, man, it's funny you said that. Nature is your church. We have a mountain bike group that I ride with, and we meet on Sundays, and we call it Dirt Church.
I like it.
Yeah, it just feels good to be outside. It really does. My Kaz just said cubes are the gateway fungi. That's hilarious. That's true.
I can see the relevance of that statement, at least for a lot of people.
Yeah. All right. So I saw some people in the chat talking about Order of the Arrow. What is that?
Order of the Arrow is a group in Scouts that you have to be nominated for.
Okay.
So every troop, based on your size, gets to send a certain amount of members, and then the troop gets together and picks. And I got nominated and got voted and went to go do it. And first time I ever encountered like having a silent retreat. It was like a long weekend, and it's like the first 24 hours of it, we had to wear this arrow that we'd carved that was, kind of tied around our neck. And anytime you said anything, you had to put a notch in it. And I managed to get almost all the way through the day before somebody asked me a direct question, because they went and sent me to go look for something. And then they asked me, "Hey, what'd you find?" How was I supposed to relay it? I just automatically just said, "Oh, it's not there." And then went, and I started to put the notch in it. And the guy was like, "No." And I mean, I think it's loosely based on Iroquois native. I know the ceremonies are very native, so I kind of dug that and didn't yet know why, but we'll get into that shortly. And then there was a dance team that was part of it, a native dance team, and I was part of that too. And one of the local guys that I knew, actually, his daughter owned a local craft store where we bought leather and stuff. So it was weird that I already knew Mr. Adderholt, and started this dance team and doing exhibitions and stuff. And I mean, nowadays, with what I know about native dance, I would be embarrassed at what we were doing, but
sure,
at least we were out there trying to do it, and we were trying to be authentic for a bunch of short-haired white kids in makeup.
Right.
But it was still fun. It was a cool thing to do. Learning about native culture was an important thing for me, as we'll find out here shortly.
Nice. All right. So Scouts definitely had a big impact. I think even if you didn't do it, you would have ended up where you ended up. But I think it probably accelerated or at least deepened some of those connections earlier on.
I think the latter is definitely true.
Yeah. All right. So then I have some notes here. So guys, we actually try to plan these out sometimes. That's always the goal. Doesn't always happen. Cougar is a great guest, so I actually have notes to draw from here. You want to talk a little bit about now I'm jealous because when I was in high school, I was weird, dude. I was also kind of infatuated with orchids for a while. And
oh wow.
And so I would love to hear about your Orchid Society experience.
That actually was started in middle school.
What?
My mom had this lady that cut her hair, and a couple of times I had to go with her, and I think the girl, I think the lady's name was Marge. I think I don't really recall that for sure. Just funny how details get later on in life. But she just kept talking about them, and I've always loved plants and flowers anyway, and I guess that's probably when orchids came onto my radar. And at that point, my dad definitely approved of that. That he thought that was a cool thing to be into. And actually, my dad was into cacti, go figure. And
Nice.
so, because of that, not to go too far down another rabbit hole, but we ended up building a 16 by 16 solar assisted dual pitch greenhouse on the back of the house just so we could
Oh,
grow. This is how my dad does stuff.
you lived my dream. I would sit and draw the plans for like a half sunken greenhouse, and
You're right on the money.
I wanted one so bad.
I mean, had the long pitch on the one side for
Yep,
the
yep,
lower
yep,
winter exposure.
yep, exactly.
The whole 9 yards. And so I was growing orchids in the greenhouse. My dad was growing
Man,
cacti in there. And for those who haven't really thought this out, they both actually do really well together because
yeah,
cacti like moisture. They just don't like a lot of water. So
right.
you got to water the orchids more, but they both love the humidity.
Yeah.
And I was blessed over the years to actually be able to give my dad one of the more enormous Lophophorus that I had ever seen,
Nice.
peyote,
Nice.
and into his collection because all he had was some that he started from seeds that were like 20 years old and like this big
Yeah.
around.
Here, come here, guys. Look at my 80-year-old
And then the
peyote.
one I handed him was about this big.
Oh man.
And he
Nice.
just, I mean, it's like I'd handed him a gold nugget. But
Yeah.
strangely, the orchid thing has persisted because in high school, when we got to proms, I had blooming Cattleya orchids. And as it
Okay.
turned out, the big showy ones, big corsage orchids,
Yeah.
So for every year while I was in high school, except for my freshman year, or maybe it was just my junior and senior year, but whatever orchids I had at that time, I would go buy the basic supplies of it and make up corsages. And there are people to this day that remember me for that detail.
Man,
They
I'm
can't
sure
say
they
my
do.
last name to save their life, but oh yeah, you're the orchid guy.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I love that. That's why we get along. I'm the same way where you'll run into somebody you haven't seen in 20 years and the thing they remember about you, you were like, "Oh yeah, I did that shit all the time. That's just kind of what I did." I
That's me being me, man.
wouldn't even remember specifically what it was, but it was to them so unique that they remember that. Yeah, who the fuck in high school is like, "Oh, oh, hey date, here's your corsage from the fucking orchid that I grew." Bam. Like,
Bam.
yeah, that's a geeky flex right there, dude. That not a lot of people are doing that flex. Yes, for sure. So that's cool you got into that. So you really just, man, on all levels, you were out and about, you were in nature, you were connecting with nature, you were even sort of through Order of the Arrow connecting on a basic level a little bit with more native culture. This is all like this is all you getting all this in before you even getting out of high school, basically.
Yep.
It's very cool. All right, so you get out of high school. And what do you do? Because you got no Cub Scouts anymore, or you got no Boy Scouts, no Eagle Scouts anymore. You don't got Order of the Arrow anymore. How do you jump off from that interest now that you're on your own?
Wow. Thanks for rubbing that in. Actually, it was an inflection point, is what I would say about it now,
Okay.
because it very definitely created a huge void. Was still getting to
Yeah.
go out in the woods, wasn't camping structured on camping trips. So I either needed to start camping myself or, whatever. But so what happened, I'll try and give the short version, which is not real short, but it's short as I can make it. I had this friend who owned a crystal shop in Marietta, the town where I lived around most of my life. and her name was Larissa. Nice lady in her 50s, you know, kind of subdued, soft spoken, you know, very quiet. So I hung out there anytime I got time because I just liked her, you know, and I loved the vibe of her shop. I was already kind of getting into minerals, and that was kind of a phase that now continues to this day, as anybody who can see stuff behind me here can
Yeah.
tell. Um, and so one day I went in there like on a Monday or Tuesday, and she was a completely different person. She was animated, she was upbeat, and I was like,
Mm.
"What the heck did you do this weekend?" And she said, "I did a sweat lodge." And there was
Oh,
something in me, and damn light bulb went off.
wow.
I mean, I knew what a sweat lodge was, kind of, or thought I did. Let's put it that way. I thought I knew what one was. And I said, "So, how does one get invited to a sweat lodge?" And she said, "You're invited." I said, "Okay, how does one get to a sweat lodge?"
Right.
She gave me oral directions. And then I said, "Oh, give me something to write with." And she's like, "No, no, no, no." And this is a woman I knew could get lost going across the town she lived in her whole life.
Wow.
And I'm taking oral directions how to get to the extreme northeast corner of Alabama
Wow.
from where I live. So kind of like the Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, you know, part of Alabama.
Right.
Managed to find the place. And did my first sweat lodge. And man, if I thought I was home the first time I did mushrooms, holy crap. I've been a sweat hog ever since.
Nice.
I could probably I don't get to do them very often because I don't have a really good place on my land to have a lodge. I've got other friends who are working on that, and they really want me to build a lodge, and so we can start doing this regularly. But I really did become a sweat hog. So I mean, every weekend that I didn't have something else to do, I was out at their place.
Wow.
And what that also fostered is, um, I'd rather not name those two particular elders,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
uh, let's call the one, well, we won't call him anything. Just say the man. Um, he he's brilliant. He's half blood Lakota, you know, so a great ceremonialist. As it turned out, he was also a really good carpenter. So in the course of, you know, helping him work on, you know, building their house every weekend when I was out there, I got inspired to that, which, as you know, and I'll tell the listeners now that um, I've been doing carpentry work virtually ever since. You
Awesome.
know, I've kind of officially retired from it, except for the fluids. I guess that's still carpentry work, um, but in the course of working with these two elders, I got introduced to a whole bunch of very, very traditional, mostly full blood elders, a whole lot of them Lakota, um, and some other, and probably six different tribes, I guess, about. And I mean, the ones I worked with the longest was Wallace Black Elk, and a brilliant, brilliant medicine man. And he, he took a liking to those of us who were interested in their ways and willing to, you know, try to do the best we could to keep up. You know, we weren't raised that way. We weren't, you know, we didn't have those philosophical understandings. But I mean, this guy really believed that if we were going to save the earth, the way to do it was not keep the native teachings to the natives. That something like, you know, that one day we'll have to teach the sons and daughters of our oppressors kinds of things. But essentially, over time, Wallace became. We did a ceremony called Hunkas. So Wallace Black Elk was my grandfather. So he wasn't my blood grandfather, but
Right.
my adopted grandfather. And I did a fairly long apprenticeship with him. That, you know, every year, a couple of times a year, he would come out to this location. And the really cool part for me was because I lived in Atlanta, and that was the where he would fly into. I had to pick him up in Atlanta and take him out there to this location, and that's almost 3 hours. So I got
That's
3
awesome.
hours uninterrupted
Right.
with the guy, which is scary as shit, to be perfectly honest.
Sure.
Because I mean, these guys are intense, and the more you hang out with them, the more intense it gets. And I mean, to the point that like teaching us medicinal herbs and teaching us the altars of their elders and stuff like that, they wouldn't give us the last detail until we had everything else mastered. They would teach it
Wow.
to us. We'd have to perform it over and over and over until we could do it correctly. And then they'd take one thing off the altar, put another thing on the altar, and say, now you have the complete altar. And it's
Wow.
like, Grandpa, why would you do that? He said, I'm not going to put a loaded gun in your hand.
Right. I love that,
So
man.
I still at that point was just barely understanding the capability of what's possible healing wise from these practices. What I did recognize really early on, though, that was that that the ceremony of the sweat lodge is brilliant. It seems like just a simple thing, but what it forces you to do is to make a choice you're not conscious of. People generally can either tolerate the heat or they can coddle their ego. You cannot do both. If you're
Right.
stuck in your head, any grandpa I've ever done a lodge with, it will knock you down in the mud, which
Right.
is still not a bad place to be. It's a lot cooler down there. But, over time, you kind of figure out that, wow, there really is something to all of this. And God, it was probably 5 years into all of this that I had a conflict with my elder's wife. And because I guess I was being a little too more obtuse than usual, and thinking I knew more than I did, probably, to be perfectly honest. But she called me out on it and said, "What do you think you're learning here? Do you think you're just learning culture? Do you think you're just learning how to, be a part of this? You're being trained to be a doctor. Act like it."
Wow.
And
Yeah.
it's like, whoa, didn't see that coming. And so through a very unusual series of events, um, my elder cut his foot with a chainsaw one weekend because, I
Oh.
mean, I'd been keeping fire. That's another strange story. For the very first time I went out there, I got asked to tend the fire. It's like, hey, do you know how to deal with fire? Oh yeah, I've been at Scouts. I can build a fire. And he knew I could. He learned really quick. I could do exactly what he asked me to do. But at any rate, one weekend he's cutting firewood, glanced off of something, hit the top of his foot with a chainsaw. As far as that goes, it was as good as it can be. It really just got through the shoe and got his skin. No tendons, no
Nice.
ligaments, no. He's as lucky as you can get, but he just didn't feel like he could do ceremony that night. So all of
Right.
a sudden, they came to me and offered me tobacco, which is our way of asking somebody for their help. It gives them a polite way to say no. They just don't take it. You
Right.
tell them what you're looking for. You hold the tobacco out. If they take it, it's a contract. So he held this tobacco out and said, I want you to pour lodge tonight. And of course, I was terrified because I knew the basics of, okay, you do this, you sing this song, you do that. But I didn't believe that I had enough to do that. Boy, did I get an awakening on that. First lodge I ever poured, I got to the specific round that was for, my generation, the third round of the lodge. And I flipped a full dipper of water on these stones, and it came up in 2-foot tall white flames off of the stones.
Wow.
Everybody in the lodge gasped. And me being non-traditional, I was like, tell me y'all all saw that. And just about everybody did. And some people saw something that wasn't flames to them. It was something else. But you know how energy is. Everybody interprets it a little differently. But most people actually saw it as flames like I did. And I knew in that moment that was my acknowledgement.
I
That
love
was
that.
hey, man, you're doing your best. You're doing it the best you know how. And take this offering as this is what you need to be doing.
It's cool when those little things happen, right?
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
something I've never seen before or since happen in a
Yeah.
lodge.
Rarity. Human beings, we pay attention to rarity for sure.
That's that
Unexpected, rare moments, experiences. Yes.
that
Uh,
novelty detector
yeah.
in our brain.
Yep. Yeah. We love patterns, and then we also love things that break the patterns. Yes.
Definitely.
Yep. That's cool, man. I mean, dude, I'm just sitting here hearing you talk about this, and I'm thinking about kids these days. Again, just to sound like an old man. Um,
I'm older than you.
they wouldn't even. I know, but right, we're still in a roughly similar realm here.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, it's so gone. It's so gone that if there's anything we can do to preserve any of it, we got to do it. So that you were doing that Wallace Black Elk felt like, yeah, there's just so many ways, and by God, these white people aren't going anywhere. So if we can get a few of them to, respect and understand what we're all about, it might take, not to just beat the white savior thing to death, because we white people love to do that. But there surely would need to be some white people to have this experience to understand. Otherwise, it'll always be uh, them versus us, right?
True.
You have to come together. You can't just have a black friend that you invite to your parties. You got to go to their parties. You got to dance like they dance. You got to use their terminology. If there is not like, if the cultural behavioral transference doesn't go both ways, you don't get anywhere. It just keeps being those people over there and us over here, and there's no understanding. So dude, I did not know about, maybe you brought up Wallace Black Elk, but I mean, that's like a known dude. That's
Well,
pretty
Wallace
awesome.
Black Elk, Sun Bear, Brant Secunda.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, it reads like a who's who, and I don't like to name drop, but the reality here is that, and I've had to come to grips with this. I mean, there have been people calling me a shaman for way more years than I've been comfortable with it. There are people that have called me a medicine man. Anybody that calls me a holy man's a dumbass. But um, past a certain point, you have to at least look at them and see if there's validity there.
Sure.
And so now there are people that consider me to be an elder, and I'm not. That doesn't bother me because of my age. I am an elder because of my age,
Right.
and I am an elder because of my experience. But the fact that people that don't even know me much, they know some things about me. They know about my heritage and some of the things that I've learned, that they have that level of deference and respect for me. That took a little getting used to, but I think I've finally come to understand that I really am an elder now, because most of my elders are gone. I mean, the man who gave me the name Cougar, I mean, Cougar's the American form of it. The name he gave me was Wakian Igamuta, which I've been saying for years.
I'm gonna stick with Cougar, dude.
Yeah, of course.
I will not remember that.
But I got lucky a couple of years ago, and was on a trip with my wife and her family out west, which was really cool. Some people don't get along with their in-laws. I love mine. Awesome. And we went to a monument I didn't know existed. I mean, we went to Rushmore while we were out there. I did not care for it, obviously. But I didn't know about the Crazy Horse Monument, which I could not believe I'd never heard of. It's just a. I'll enlighten you more about it at another point. But we just happened to go out there, and I saw a bunch of this guy's books out on a table, and I saw a guy sitting behind a table that looked a lot like him, but there was no damn way it could be him, because I had aged more than this guy had. So there's just no way. And I said, and I wasn't even thinking. I just said, "Oh, I love your books," And I wasn't meaning I love your books. I was really just meaning I love your books, the books you've got here in front of you.
Right.
And he leaned over his shoulder and said, "Hey, Ed, we got another one." And so this guy walks out, and in the pictures, you've probably already seen it. The guy I'm standing with in the bomber jacket is the late Ed McGaw, or Eagle Man, as he was being called then. And he did a naming ceremony one of the times out at my elder's place. And I didn't have any interest in it at first. But when people I'd been working with for years were getting names from the guy and the stuff was just deadly accurate, in the second round, we came out of the lodge, I offered him tobacco and said, "Hey, Grandpa, is it possible, you could do that for me too?" He did, and that's what he came up with. And it's relevant to my life up to then, and man, it's so relevant since. And I mean, just about everybody but Shannon, and I mean, she'll refer to me as Cougar to somebody else, but she normally calls me David, and
Yeah.
my mom and my immediate family, but pretty much everybody else calls me Cougar.
Yeah, it's always going to be Cougar for me. That's for sure. Yes.
Well, that's how you met me.
Yes.
I totally understand
Yes.
that.
And it just feels right. Just feels right, man. So, all right, man, these are all just super cool, awesome things that I'm, part is where you're at, right? You can only have the experiences that are occurring around you for most people, especially when they're young. But you were definitely willing to, because you hung out at that rock shop, you got the invite, you noticed something was different and you talked about it. If you had never said that, you would have never got the invite. You'd never be hanging out with Wallace Black Elk. You wouldn't be, right? These are all the things that we tune into in our lives in the world. There's so much to tune into. The things we choose to tune into are the things that shape our entire human experience. So I think it's just really, really cool to hear how what you were tuned into really guided you.
Well, I mean, the Sweat Lodge is only one ceremony.
Right.
That's a brilliant one. But I mean, because of that, and trying and wanting to learn more, the Vision Quest, crying for a vision, going on the hill, whatever you want to call it. There's tons of nicknames for it. And there was a guy, about my age, few years older than me, that was getting ready to go on the hill, and he asked me to be his support person, which is one of the steps if you're going to go on the hill. My elder would not just put you on the hill. He wanted you to have some kind of idea of what you were in for.
Right.
And so it's essentially that process. You're going in a sweat lodge, you're doing 2 rounds of a lodge, and then coming out and going up on the hill for, anywhere from 1 day to generally, 5 days and nights. And so you're effectively in ceremony in that sweat lodge the whole time. And then once you come down, you complete it with the last 2 rounds of the lodge. And after his his Vision Quest, I knew I had to do it, because it was a beautiful process and I saw how much he learned. And so I had to go to my elder with tobacco and ask him if he would facilitate for me and what things did I need to do to prepare. And this will show up in the pictures as well. And I figured this was the easiest way to do it. It's like, let's talk about stuff, and then I can go through pictures and go, okay, this is this, this is this. It just made more sense than interjecting pictures through this whole thing.
Right.
In the course of that, preparing for that first one, I had to practice fasting, just doing water only fast once a month and for a couple of days. And then I had the idea that I wanted to have my own star quilt.
What's that?
And
A star
quilt is, well, you've seen it. You've seen mine.
But what is it?
Beautiful, full colored. It's got an 8-point star on it. There's like
Okay.
532 little pieces on it. But all of those pieces are the cotton robes that hang inside of sweat lodges when we do ceremony.
Okay.
So one afternoon I was out there and he handed me this shoe box full of all these little folded pieces of cloth. And I was like, oh, I knew what they were. I was like, what's this for? And he said, well, I told some of our, teachers and other elders out west that, you were going on the hill, and they've been saving their lodge robes for you.
Oh, cool, man.
So I had to cut out all these little pieces. My mom was great with, knowing how to basically sew, but man, how to articulate all these pieces together where they look like what they're supposed to. Yeah, we're obvious novices, as any real quilter would look at this quilt and know. But I mean, this thing's a living altar. It's been all over the world with me. I made a Chanupa, a sacred pipe, a tobacco pipe that I made with my own hands. I ordered the tobacco by, offering tobacco at the Pipestone National Monument. They still have a couple of elders out there that mine the pipestone, and had them send me that, and slaved over that until I managed to fashion it. And so, I mean, you never know where any decision can take you.
Yeah.
But every one of those things actually took me to even farther places. So the last vision quest that I did before I left that group was 5 days and 5 nights. No food, no water. And I know people think you can't do that. And I'll be perfectly honest, if you don't know what you're doing, it can hurt you bad. Because if there's anything in your, let's say if there's anything left in your body when you go on the hill, we'll be polite on this program, that will solidify.
Right.
And it's very, very bad for you.
Right.
So there were precautions you had to go to that I didn't understand at the time why I had to do them. But the other advantage I had is the years I was at that place, they had a excavated cave on their property, and I wanted to quest in the cave, and they never would let me. The 5th time, they didn't have any choice. It was my decision to make, and they still didn't really want me to do it, but they said, hey, if that's what you want to do, do it. So at least I wasn't out in the open for 5 days and 5 nights, but whole nother problem. You're sitting in a place that's a very much lower temp, and you're not really dressed. So I didn't know I was going to be dealing with freaking hypothermia, so thank God I already had a star quilt, because I sometimes I would come out at night. I set up my circle so it was around the mouth of the cave so that I could come out at night once it was dark and just kind of sit out there. But yeah, so that's the basics of the ceremonial part. I mean, I was also a ghost dancer. There's, ghost dancing, sun dancing, all of this. Everybody's got in my opinion, has got the whole Sundance myth wrong. It was, they believed this Wovoka, that he was the government believed that the natives were trying to kill us off. What they were essentially saying is, let the white people go back where they came from, go in peace.
Right.
But they believed there was a threat, and essentially that's how the Wounded Knee massacre happened, was in believing that there was attacks that were going to take place and things of that nature. And so it's another one of those ways to connect, but essentially it's going in lodge for 2 rounds, coming out and dancing from dusk until dawn, going in lodge, finishing up, and then, having a giveaway or a wopula or a feast afterwards. And it was always on December the 29th. So even in Alabama, dancing barefoot and, in December, is problematic, but it's cold. Powerful, powerful stuff.
I bet. My wife can't get me to dance for like one full song, so yeah, that's intimidating just to hear about. I am not called to dance for the most part. All right, so but do this before we move on. So what'd you get out of that vision quest? I mean, what did it do to you? What did it do for you? That's what I want to hear.
Well, first of all, it's a very visionary experience.
Okay.
There are a lot of monastic orders that know that, but it's not common knowledge to people in this country, to to think of that as a psychedelic experience, because we think of psychedelic as something that needs to be ingested.
Right.
And in this case, it's about that deprivation, you know, when you're not having to digest food, when you're not having to do anything. You know, first of all, your mind goes crazy, but eventually it stops. That's the first time that I'd been able to do that for any period of time. I'd have moments of it when I was trying to meditate and things like that, but really being able to quiet my mind as a young person was a terribly difficult thing for me to accomplish. And after that first vision quest, that was called what hooked me into the process, was recognizing that, oh my God, you know, this gives me an ability to shut off that monkey mind, that chatter, so that I can just sit in whatever I'm conscious about, I can directly know. So I don't need validation. I don't need to go ask somebody, hey, I had this show up while I was on the hill. What's that mean? I knew instantly what it meant. And I had never encountered that kind of power and strength in all the crazy stuff I'd even done up to that point.
Right.
So, I mean, that's what hooked me into the process. But overall, the effect of all 5 of them, it deepened my relationship with every single person I knew. It deepened my relationship with myself. I got to know myself in ways I don't think there's any form of therapy that could have shown light on those places. And I mean, I'll be perfectly honest on this. The more I've counseled with people, I recognize my life growing up was idyllic. It was perfect. I had nothing to gripe or bitch about. I still was, you know, at odds with some things, but you know, that's the nature of things, you know, we got to figure that out. But, you know, just coming to understand that here's a way that I can know things directly, that I don't have to guess. I don't have to believe I'm right. And all of those things still come into play. I still have all of those things, but I can differentiate them now. So when I have a direct knowing, I can bet my life on it.
I like that.
And that has been a godsend for me. I can't, I mean, that might be a curse to somebody else. I don't know. I know people who've walked similar paths to me that, let's just say, couldn't take it anymore, if you know what I'm saying.
Sort of. Yes. Yeah.
They decided they couldn't be here anymore.
Gotcha.
And there were people who were worried because of the rate at which I was moving up that the same might happen to me.
Oh.
And I now understand what they meant. I was insulted by it at the time. But, you know, that's the funny thing about reflection over time, that something that made no sense 20 years ago, by the time you come back around that spiral a few times and you got an elevated perspective of it,
right,
you are in touch with parts of that you could not have even comprehended on the day it happened. So if you're still stuck in the emotions of that initial event, in my opinion, you're not growing with the process. You're stuck.
I get it. Okay. Yeah, man. A lot.
Damn,
heavy,
dude,
heavy
look like
stuff, dude.
You look like you're struggling a little.
No, heavy stuff. I'm taking it all in. Taking it all in. All right. So now, how old are you at this point?
Oh God, that's the hardest question in the world.
Because not right now. I mean, like, so Vision Quest, Ghost Dancing, right? Like
all of that was from like 19 to 26.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's not what the 19 and 26-year-olds are doing now. That's for sure.
No.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was doing other stuff too, and I got in trouble for some of that too, but because natives don't really dig some of those things.
Right.
And I get it. So I tried to keep it out of sight of them and do it before I came or after I left, or, you know, whatever. But I mean, those were things that I think everybody has to come to peace with themselves, but you're right. My life is, the more I counsel with people, the more I realize how atypical my experience is, and
Yeah.
how just damn blessed my entire life has been. I mean, I hear so many people, I'm currently 59, just for people who are listening. And I hear people my age all the time, oh, it sucks getting old. And there are times I've actually said that. But more often than not these days, I really do feel like it's a privilege, because I lost people at 20, 30,
Yeah.
40,
Yeah.
who were brilliant lights that I think had more to add to all of this. And the fact that I'm still out there being and doing it is great. But the fact that I'm as in love with it, if not more so than I ever have been,
Right.
is just, something I never would have comprehended when I went to that first sweat lodge. How could I have?
I mean, I like the metaphor. I use this metaphor for, a psychedelic experience a lot of, like riding a roller coaster you've never been on. And you can either just grab, that lap bar really tight, or you can just put your hands up in the air and just see what happens. I mean, that's just also life in general. You can fight things, or you can play the cards you're dealt and just go, this is my hand. This is where I'm at. What am I going to do here? And start opening your eyes and putting, like, you can put down roots wherever you are, but we're human beings. We're not trees. So we can pull those up at any time too,
Sure.
if we feel so called to do so. Or we're really lucky, we can put down roots, but we can temporarily go have experiences in other places, try other things, and we can come back to those roots. And I all I'm hearing from you is, from this very early age, things felt right. Things either felt right for you or they felt not right.
Yep.
And you kept following, right, when things felt right, or you use the term home, right?
Yeah.
Things feel comfortable, safe,
Yep.
secure, familiar. You feel home. Man, if more people just made decisions based on that, and it's different for everybody. Like, we don't
Sure.
all have the same things don't give us those same feelings, but
True.
man, when people honor that feeling, it's good things
Well,
happen.
I mean, all of this is seriously compounded by something else. And I debated whether to talk about this or not, but I think I talked about this with you in Mexico. There's a lot of people that believe that we only come here one time. And I'm not going to diss on anybody else's reality, because that's just not who I am. But what I can say is, from a young age, I knew this was not my first rodeo.
Right.
But it got way more complicated than that when I met a particular woman, and her name's Cheryl. I'm still friends with her to this day. And she was a practitioner of a different energy discipline than me. I mean, I've been a Reiki master for like 35 years, and that's just a different way of attenuating energy for the use of healing and whatnot. But she practiced this discipline called Rohan, and I didn't really know anything about it. So she wanted to do a session for me. So she put me on a massage table, and Reiki is kind of like holding hand positions, but this is like moving your hands over the body, almost like you're
Oh, I've
using
seen
a feathered
this.
fan.
Yeah. Yep. I know about
It was cool, man. It had the coolest effect on me. It was like I was floating. I was enjoying it. And then all of a sudden she stopped. And I figured she had to go to the bathroom or something. So I just laid there enjoying the space. And a few minutes, she didn't come back. And I went to go see where she was at. And she was out sitting on the couch. And I was like, what's wrong? And she's like, well, I just had a vision about you. And I said, oh, okay, well, tell me about it. And she said, well, I'm scared to. I said, well, don't be. I said, if there's, something that you feel like saying, just say it. I said, if it freaks me out, it freaks me out, but just tell me. And she said, well, I recognize that I knew you in another life. And she said, there's a place up here on your body. And she said that bothers you periodically. And she said, I was there the day you got that wound. And I was like, what?
Whoa.
And she told me about it. She said, yeah, you and this other guy were fighting over me. It was in like the 1730s. And
Wow.
she said, you were the better swordsman, but he nicked you and the infection of it did kill you. So he died immediately and you died shortly thereafter. And I was like, holy crap, are you kidding me? And she's like, no, I'm dead serious. She said, I'm not pulling your leg. I'm telling you the absolute truth. And my heart's pounding a damn mile a minute at that point. And she said,
Wow.
yeah, but that's not all. And I'm thinking, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have opened this, And she said, I know the other guy now.
What?
So I met this guy and I hope he's watching this, because Wakira, if you hear this, find me. That's all I'm going to say. I know you know how to find people. So if you're listening and you hear this, look me up. You know who Cheryl is. You know who I am. I listened to his side of the story. So we did some meditations, and before we were through, we found at least 3 lives where all of us at one point had been the female and the 2 males died every time.
What?
It was
wow.
I had no idea how relevant that would become later in life. The absolute full-on knowledge that I've done this before. It is capable of a body to have memories embedded in it that are over 300 years old, or almost 300 years old. And then there are other people I've met since that in meditation I've found that I had other lifetimes with them as well. And I'm 90% certain that's the case with my current wife.
Man, I'm gonna tell you this. I purposely, when it comes to these really mystical spiritual things, I try not to. I am such a thinker and an overthinker that I try not to transcribe and label and do all that stuff. But I can tell you for a fact, there are people that I walk by on the street and I swear they say something to me, and I look and they didn't say anything to me, and I look at them and I'm just like, why does this person look familiar? Or I've met people where something about that person instantly, you just like, I don't know. I'm a bit of an empath too. I really,
Definitely.
really feed off of people's emotional states. I can almost instantly see where people are at. And I mean, dude, I am inclined to believe 100% that life force energy could for sure be passing from life form to life form, and you have the rare human experience of actually having those distinct moments that make you feel, and this, I'm bringing this up because it ties right back into psychedelic experiences, because you can have those same moments in a psychedelic experience where
Definitely.
you feel connected to something. So like, how can me eating a fucking mushroom make me feel more connected to, like, how do I get to talk to this tree for 5 hours? How do I get to feel like I've literally met the life force of the universe? How do these things, and they feel just as real as this coffee cup, right? As the mouse in front of me. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. These are
I mean, they are
yeah,
that real.
yeah.
And I think, like you said, most of us at a level at some point know that, but then consensus is really quick to jump in there and go, oh no, that's just an aberration. That's just a dream. That's, whatever. And I mean, for those who are watching, and if that's what you really believe, then that's okay. I can't profess that what is absolutely true for me is true for everybody. I would like to believe it. I would like for everybody to have those kinds of experiences where you're able to not only feel empowered, but you're capable of self-empowerment, and
Yes.
capable of walking on a path for you that has heart. And it looks different for everybody. So that's the funny part about if I'm teaching with somebody, or if I'm, doing ceremony with people, that I can't structure it to what would work for me. So, I mean, you can, if that's the best you got, that could still make you successful.
Right.
But I think one of the things that helps me be good at what I do is because I know that everybody responds to things differently. And because through blood, sweat, tears, and all kinds of other stuff, I've learned to trust my instincts. I generally can find a person's currency pretty quick.
Right.
So then after that, helping them find strategies that help them get out of their own way is a lot easier. And I mean, I make this up front. I am not a therapist in the traditional sense. I haven't been trained by, that part of it. But I don't think that's the only way.
Right.
I mean, I'd certainly think what I do is a form of therapy, and just like it can be a form of body work, just like it can be a form of, any ceremony is going to have an impact if it's properly done. But to try and get somebody to help somebody reach that God spot where their mind shuts off and they could ask anything and instantly know the answer. People asked me years ago, why do you do this? Why do you do all this hard shit? Why do you go on the hill for 5 days? Why do you do all these hard sweat lodges for hours and hours and hours? And what I finally came out with was that I am addicted to the look of aha. That somebody suddenly realized something that 5 minutes ago to them either didn't exist or it was a magic trick.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they just light up with it.
Right.
Yeah. That's where being an empath comes in handy.
Well, yeah, because man, when people are in bad moods or have negative energy, it's just it's courses through you. And so you're like, I got to get away from this, or I got to change this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. That's cool, man. All right. So let's see where we're at here. We're doing good. We're getting through a lot of this stuff. All right. So we have, I think for the rest of the stuff, it might actually make sense now to start integrating this some of the newer trips.
Yeah,
and,
I think
culture experiences
I've
with
about
pictures.
got everything I can tell you with that part. I think it's probably ready to jump into South America and how that happened.
Let's do it. All right. So let me pull off the overlay. All right. So if I go by the order they were sent to me, is the Amazon package first?
Well, we can wait on that for a minute.
Okay,
Let's
which one
talk
should
about it first and then show some
Cool.
pictures, because then I can
Okay.
just kind of tell people what they're looking at.
Perfect.
I think that'll make more sense in this case.
All right.
So kind of had a falling out with those elders, and so again, I found a big void in my life. So I still needed to keep pursuing these things. I mean, I was already poor and lodged, I had other people who owned land. And so I was doing lodges for people on a regular basis, but I knew I had to continue my education. And I knew about what is now fairly common knowledge, the plant medicine ayahuasca. And as it turns out, in doing my research and looking for places that do it, which is very, very important, I gravitated towards this one particular company. I reached out to the owner. I even had him go so far as to give me, some references. He said, I'll do better than that. I'll give you telephone numbers. You can call them, talk to them. whatever. So I did, and I loved what I heard. So signed up, decided to go do a trip for 2 weeks in the Peruvian Amazon, outside of about 20 minutes upriver from Iquitos,
Okay.
and met the owner, met all the other participants. The first night we're sitting there by kerosene lamp, eating dinner, and I overhear, his name was Howard Lawler. I overheard him at the next table say that he used to be the assistant curator of herpetology at a major metropolitan zoo. And I was like, Howard, I don't mean to interrupt, but did that happen to be Grant Park, Atlanta? And he's like, yeah. I said, was your boss Howard Hunt? And he said, yes. I said, this little short guy used to have these Popeye looking forearms. I said, he had these 2 young sons that used to come with him and probably bug the crap out of you. And all of a sudden he went, oh my God, you're the older one. So again, if it hadn't been for scouts, I wouldn't have had that connection with somebody who became one of my most powerful mentors. And again, got to figure that out on the first night in the Amazon, that I'd known this guy freaking 25 years before that. What? And it finally circled back around to him. And again, I knew I was home.
That is amazing, dude.
I mean, very demanding ceremonies, as anybody who's been through them can attest. And the first one, I think, is in most any kind of ceremony I've ever been in, I consider your first of a particular ceremony is kind of a watermark, that how it goes can kind of tell you how you should proceed, if you should proceed, or if you should cease and desist. Well, I got some confusing messages, but I was kind of told, by their interpretation, part of the integration process the next day, that, oh no, that's pretty normal. And it's actually pretty unusual for somebody to experience that right off. That's usually a little later into it. And, but so, I mean, effectively, I got to see 2 things that are a little bit unorthodox in most people's world, in that in my first, ayahuasca trance, if you will, I saw this point on the horizon moving towards me. And as it got closer, I was like, man, is that swimming through the air? It's like I'm looking at it, trying to figure out what I'm seeing. I was like, ooh, wow, that looks like a big snake. And then I realized, oh, looks like that big snake is coming in my direction. And then it gets closer and closer and closer and closer. And yeah, you probably fill in the blank at this point. As it gets close, this is the hugest anaconda I've ever seen in my life, opens its mouth, and I'm swallowed. So, the classic shamanic, dismemberment model comes into play there. And on that same evening, I got to see the ayahuasquero, who then was like 67 years old. One minute I saw him sitting on his chair up front, and there was lightning in the distance. So every so often in this dark room, it would light up a little bit, but it wasn't like lighting the whole room up. And one of the times I saw him sitting there as a full-on black jaguar with yellow eyes. I'd never seen anybody shapeshift before. That was the first time I ever saw that.
Damn, dude.
I know, right?
Damn.
So you have 2 choices at that point. You can either believe you are batshit crazy. Well, there's 3 actually. You can believe you're batshit crazy. You've lost your mind. You can look at it from this is a hallucinogen. So I'm hallucinating this. This is not psychedelic, or you can take it as fact. And I talked to Robert about it the next day through an interpreter, and he said, oh no, I do that all the time. So for the people who don't have experience with that, or the people that think they want to go do these powerful medicines, I've talked to people who say, oh man, my life sucks. I got this going on, da, 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 da. Everything would be different for me if I could just get down to the Amazon and do ayahuasca. I'm not arguing that the detail of what you said is inaccurate, because yes, your life will change, but it can change in ways you are not prepared for.
Right.
If you haven't done some of the work first. And we'll get into that a little more on that very specific thing when we get to some of the pictures, because
Okay.
a friend of mine who I met at the time is now kind of taking the place of some of those ayahuasqueros. He's now an elder. And I mean, he's originally from England, so he is a white boy. And, but he's recently written a book called Ayahuasca Alchemy. And his name is Alan Woe, Waugh. Hopefully, Alan, I'm pronouncing your last name right. And I think everybody who's considering going to do this should read his book, because I wish I had. I would have at least been a little more prepared for what was likely to happen, even though my case was a bit unique. And I think some of that was because I had vision quested 5 times, and I did have a relationship with Howard already, and all these other things that colored it. But honestly, they're so breathtaking that they can deliver blows that it's very difficult to recover from. I mean, Wallace Black Elk and some of the other elders had hammered my reason almost into submission by the time I ever started going to the Amazon. So being able to believe in something that's unbelievable was not that difficult. It was getting to be pretty standard practice.
Right.
But anyway, so, I mean, the rest of the ayahuasca experience is really just about, different ceremonies and different times will lead you to different places. But I'm not going to sit here and talk about every experience I had. It's just not relevant. They're too personal.
Sure.
One of the parts that I didn't know about that I find really fascinating is at the so-called, what we would consider the end of a ceremony. So when everybody's like, you're kind of coming back into your body and everybody goes off to bed, they consider that a break. That's not the end of ceremony. So everybody goes off to bed. It's like 2:00 in the morning. You generally 4 or 5 hours is about how long that ceremony lasts. And while you're in your room trying to sleep, and I didn't have any trouble sleeping. I slept better after those ceremonies than I ever do now.
Wow.
And, but the next day when you get up, first thing you have to do is drink like homemade limeade. There's something that they call it limonada, but it's actually limes. There is something that puts back in your body that I still to this day cannot articulate, but it's a huge part of whether I'm doing a mushroom ceremony or working with the Wachuma, the San Pedro cactus. That medicine always goes along with it, that limeade. And then, so after you've had your limeade in the morning, before you have breakfast, they do, it's called a flower bath, which essentially you're sitting in a chair, partially clothed, and the ayahuasquero, in this case, Don Robert, has all these different herbs and water. And I don't know how the hell he got that water that cold, because in Amazon, it ain't easy to get cold water. But oh my God, talking about breathtaking. But so whatever you've worked on in that whole ceremony now gets sealed in. And now you're closed again. Now you can go back out in the world. And a whole lot of the practitioners who now are, honestly, some of them are like me. The difference is they went down and did a few ceremonies. And if I had $1 for every time I've heard somebody on their first ayahuasca ceremony say, oh yeah, Mother Ayahuasca told me that I've got to go back and start doing this for the people. Oh my God, it just makes me want to yak, dude. It really does.
Yeah.
But
I've had another guest on the show basically echo that same sentiment.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's awful. I mean, I can tell where somebody is generally from by how they respond to learning I've done that. If somebody says, oh, I heard you did ayahuasca, if they're from the US or certain nations in Europe, the first words out of their mouth after that are going to be, how many ceremonies have you done?
Right. How many beers yet?
If I've done 16 and they've done 20, they consider they know more than I do.
Right.
That is the most nonsensical bullshit thing, but it is pervasive in that world.
Yeah.
So seriously, if you didn't hear me the first time, y'all, if you're thinking that you need to do this medicine, first of all, keep thinking about it. If myself, Geeky, or anybody else can talk you out of it, let us.
Yeah.
If we can't, you still need to do your due diligence. You still need to really vet everybody, because you're going to be in one of the most vulnerable states. You think you're vulnerable in a mushroom state? You ain't seen nothing.
Right. Well,
so you gotta know who you're doing it.
You just said that, and I mean there are little rumblings and little things going on right now about some of these guys that got caught with their hands in the cookie jar and were taking advantage of people in those states. And
Yep.
yeah, man, bad news. Bad news.
Happens. If you're lucky, they just get your money.
Yeah.
You're a woman, I'll just be polite. It's a lot more complicated.
Yeah. Yeah, man. You're right. This is true. These are all, I mean, so on another level, you know, when people talk about, you know, these people paying $4,000 to go have a mushroom trip and, you know, some facility or something like that. Some people, if that's what makes them feel safe for their first experience, you know what? I'm not going to stop you. If that's how you want to spend your $4,000, go for it. Do that. Cause that, like you just said, where are you? You're in the Amazon with people you don't know in an, like you just said, utterly vulnerable, helpless situation. You're somewhere else, man. You're on a journey. You're on a trip, but your body is sitting right there.
I mean, I get invited periodically to do those ceremonies here in the US. And so far, I've turned every single one of them down. And I likely will for the rest of my life. Because for me, the medicines from the Amazon, the experts of that medicine are from the Amazon. And yes, the really powerful ones, I'm certainly positive could bring that energy to it here, but it wouldn't be the same thing.
Sure.
The only reason I'm considering otherwise is because both my elders on that said that, yeah, someday it would be in your best interest to attend a ceremony you don't drink. So rather than go all the way to Peru to do that, I do know somebody here who brings in somebody who's really traditional from South America that I'm looking at going to one of their ceremonies and just being not an observer, but being a space holder, if you will.
Sure. Yeah. I like that. Yeah,
So,
man. That whole, this is the ancient, I was just watching a YouTube video of I think it was like an ethnobotanist. So she's very interested in like the cultural historic relationship between people and plants and various uses and all that. And she was like, you just really can't comprehend, however impressed you are by some famous botanist who just got his, 90th paper published, and he's such an expert on this genus of this orchid or this plant or whatever. She was like, these people have been working with hundreds of these plants for thousands and thousands of years. Their knowledge is equally impressive.
It's peerless.
Yes, peerless.
It is peerless.
I like that. Yes.
Don Robert says there are 7 different varieties of ayahuasca. I can detect the differences in 3. The other 4, looking at them, I cannot tell you the difference. Right. And yet every other practitioner that's at anywhere near his level will agree with everyone he says. Oh no, that one's clearly Trano. That one's clearly Ceilo. Wow. But for me, morphologically speaking, I can identify 3 of the 7. Beyond that, I can't. I've had people try and get me to do ceremony for them. They're like, well, I know you know how to make ayahuasca. It's like, yeah, I do. I know how to make real medicine. Here's the problem, and this is going to remain the problem. without the knowledge of the Icaros, the sacred songs that go with it, which are vibratory in nature. Some of the words of these songs have been lost to history. Even the people singing the songs don't know what some of the phrases mean anymore. Wow. But it's how it would be like, for me, ayahuasca without those Icaros would be like being in a canoe in the ocean. But worse than that, without the Icaros, you don't have oars.
Right.
So you're literally at the mercy of the currents of everything you encounter. And I mean, my experience with Robert is a little unique because Howard had told him about a lot of my native experience and stuff like that. So in ceremonies where the people who had been here like the first time, they would really keep a close eye on everybody. But me, they just kind of generally turned me loose and let me do my own thing. And every once in a while, I'd get in a real deep spot in one of those ceremonies. And literally the way I would know that Robert was checking on me is it's like a membrane would pop and his little head would pop out. And it's like he's looking at me and scrutinizing and all this kind of stuff, you know, and then he'd like nod his head and poof, off he'd go. Wow. So I figured he saw, oh, nope, he's struggling, but he's got it. He's okay. And then, you know, he'd start into another song and I would take off in a completely different direction. So anybody who's looking at this casually, you do so at your own peril.
Right.
Not just your own risk. You do this at your own peril. And honestly, that's just one medicine. I mean, my big question for them was, how did y'all do it? There are thousands and thousands of plants. How did you figure out that this one plant will turn off monoamine oxidase in the gut so that the DMT and the other components can cross the blood-brain barrier? How did you figure it out? You know what? Every single practitioner I've asked that has given the answer. Wow. The plants taught us.
Yeah.
Go tell that to a botanist. They'll say, oh, these guys are full of shit.
Right.
You got a better answer? They just randomly started putting plants together and magically they just got to these two. No, I'm going to say they're all telling the truth.
Yeah.
So people who think they understand these things, I mean, I've been working with botany my whole life. I am a certified plant whore. I have plants from all over the world. You know?
Yes, you are.
So you think you know shit? Okay, cool. And maybe you do. But that's the wrong place to go in with that attitude.
Right.
You know, check that shit at the door. Do what they tell you, unless it goes against your own sensibilities, of course. But all of that is to prepare you for other medicines. The worst thing I've ever heard anybody else say about that is, oh, well, I'd love to do ayahuasca, but I can't stand throwing up. I hate to inform everybody of this, but I'm going to tell you the truth about something. That's what that medicine's designed for.
Right.
It just happens to be a psychedelic. That's not its reason. Its reason is to help you clear detritus that you have never been able to even find, let alone remove. So don't suffer from the illusions that this thing can save your life unless you know that to be a fact. And then by all means pursue it, but still do your due diligence. But that whole way of being, that's the first step, is ayahuasca. So for me, that first trip was 4 ceremonies over like 8 days or 9 days. So effectively every other day. And then 2 days before we left, we did a Wachuma ceremony, which is a very specific formulation of San Pedro. So, I mean, it's made from the San Pedro cactus from Trichoceros pecanoi, or Briggsii, or a couple other species, but down there it's all pecanoi, I think. And it's prepared completely different. I've done ceremonies. There are 2 different practitioners in South America, and specifically in Peru. There are Huachumeros and there are San Pedreros. San Pedro, the beverage, is like Kool-Aid to me. It has very little flavor. It makes you slightly suggestible, but to me, it's not remotely a psychedelic. It does not bring your psyche forward. It does not quiet the mind. It does not hook you into the universe. Wachuma, or some people pronounce it Wachuma, is a completely different animal. And Howard, so where Robert was the ayahuasquero, and actually Howard was apprenticed to him on that, Howard was the expert on the Wachuma. So Robert was apprenticed to Howard on learning the Wachuma. Strangely, the first time that Robert did Wachuma, I was down there because there was a bunch of people who had been there before, and Robert liked the idea of that. If he was going to do it, he would rather do it with people he's already been in ceremony with and knows their character. So good on him for recognizing that. That was a good lesson for me too. But the difference was, I've never seen but one or two people who are from this country ever get nauseous from that medicine. Every one of the Peruvians that took it that night threw up for hours. So just like the equation I drew at the time was, oh, so now y'all know what ayahuasca does to us, you know. But that, I mean, to do the Wachuma the first time in the Amazon, and then about the time it started to take effect, we went on a slow boat ride upriver to this bridge called the 5 Mile Bridge, and it's a couple 100 feet long, and it's really over an area that at that time of year is not flooded, so it looks like it's a completely useless structure. But there is something very powerful about that particular spot, and just like many other ceremonies, it was like it plugged me into a different circuit. I'd already been plugged into a couple of others, but by the time I'd done the 4 ayahuascas and did that first Wachuma ceremony, again, I knew that was something I was supposed to be working with.
I like that. Man, you're throwing out Wachuma. I never even heard of it, dude. I never even heard of it. So I'm digging all of this stuff. This is all right. Go experience the world. Go connect, and don't go to Disneyland Paris. Right? Don't go to I don't know, right? Six Flags Magic Mountain, but go to an authentic, real culture, and have
go to the source.
Go to the source. Yes.
I mean, where do you think the term sorcery comes from?
There you go.
One who can manipulate source. So anybody who thinks that sorcery is like witchcraft, that's a negative thing. It isn't. It just depends on what you do with it.
Dude. Yeah, man. I never even thought about that.
I mean, if you're working it to elevate people and open people up and help people be more aware, that's still sorcery.
Right.
You know, if you're any good at it. Otherwise, you're just a therapist or a counselor, and you're telling people things, and they're totally responsible for it. But
right.
If you're helping someone manipulate their energy for a benefit like that, again, if you're going to work with somebody like that, you better trust them.
You better trust them,
because they can know things about you instantly that you've never figured out about yourself. And if that doesn't help you feel small, then you're probably in the wrong room.
Yeah, you're definitely in the wrong room.
So a little bit of tough love from the shamanic world.
Yeah.
It's meant to be a cautionary tale. I've known some people who have really blown it, and most of them were lucky in that they had relatively minor consequences at what could have been very, very bad.
Yep. Well, you can't, I mean, it's like if you want to be a guitar player, you can't go to a weekend workshop. Right?
Oh, you can, but don't consider yourself to be, know, Randy Rhoads after you've completed that.
Yeah.
You got to put that work in.
I mean, yeah. You gotta, I mean, it's a reverence, right? It's like, even if you go to school and get a degree in chemistry, you learn all the major significant chemists who shaped the history of chemistry, right? You learn to have a reverence for history. And then in doing that and seeing how these important people in your field shaped your field, then you bring that reverence to the lab and you learn how to work your beakers and your heating devices and your sonification machines and whatever other crap, I don't even know the name for all this stuff. But that's what you do, right? Like the
Yeah.
way that you show you're serious is you want to learn all the things and you want to understand all the things. It doesn't happen in a weekend. And dude, when you were talking about the comparing how many ayahuasca trips people had, it made me think about we used to make fun of like early, maybe I was 18 to 20, and we would go to all these parties, and there was always the guy that would walk up. He'd hold his beer like this, right? Like it was his newborn baby or something. He'd always be
I've seen
holding his beer
that.
like this, or he'd have two of them. He'd be double fisting them. And the every time they'd walk up to you and they'd be like, the intro, the lead in was, how many beers you had, man? They always had to know who had drank the most beer. It was like a big alcoholic contest for that guy, right? And it just made me think, like, if that's where you're at, if you're trying to go, oh, hey, Cougar, how many times you ayahuasca experience? Oh, 4. Cool, man. Cool. Yeah. 6 here. Just had my last one last week. You just automatically know that guy is not the guy. That guy is, his focus is in the wrong spot. That's not.
Yeah. I mean,
It doesn't.
he's going down there looking for a trip. And the funny part about it, the average person that I've talked to about it says they talk about, oh my God, it's so overwhelming and all of that. It's like, how do you know? It's like, oh, well, that's what I've read. I said,
Right.
well, let me give you one little clue. These ceremonies take place in darkness. Generally, there's a reason for it, because you can turn a light switch on in a room and it will fade to the corners. Tell me another psychedelic that's true, that it will abate.
Wow.
For as potent of an experience as it is, it's actually fragile in another way. And that blew me away. That took my breath away. I never would have expected that.
Me neither, dude.
Strangely, I like the taste of the stuff. Turns out I'm kind of an anomaly, but honestly, and this is going to be weird, and everybody I've ever said this to thinks it's weird, but the closest thing in the world that I've ever encountered that tastes like the ayahuasca I'm familiar with is Thai tea. Thai iced tea.
Shit. I'm in
So
trouble.
it has a
Thai
sweet
tea.
note. It has a smoky note. It has an underlying almost ferment note to it.
Mm-hmm.
And ayahuasca has a little bit of a bitter to it too. That's a little more than the black tea is. But there's something about, I literally cannot drink a Thai iced tea without thinking about ayahuasca. And the easiest ayahuasca experience that you'll ever have is the first one.
Okay.
Because the second time, your fucking ego knows what's about to happen. And it will do anything in its power to keep you from swallowing it. And my example of that is, I can sit, I can drink it. I don't retch when I drink it. I don't have any trouble getting it down. What I cannot tolerate is I cannot watch anybody else drink.
Wow.
So people get up to the altar, they take the cup from Robert. I can watch every bit of that. As soon as they start moving the cup, I look away. Because I will retch like you would not believe watching somebody else drink. And yet I get up there and I can suck it back.
Wow. Okay.
It's the craziest thing. So there is no knowing what you're talking about on this one.
Yeah.
This is one of those, if you want to fake it till you make it, that's one strategy, I suppose. But let's put it this way. Ayahuasca, for all her benevolence, can present as a trickster. So go ahead and screw with her, because that'd be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the cool thing about the Wachuma, for my experience, is we're going to go a little deeper and then we'll do some pictures. The other pictures that we're going to see outside of the Amazon, there are 6 or 7 other points throughout coastal Peru, mostly, that were all at their heyday were part of that culture. The height of which was the Chavin culture, Chavin de Watar. And that was like 3,500 years ago.
Right.
So there's a guy who wrote a brilliant paper on it, and everything about what he says is brilliant until he gets to his synopsis and he totally shit the bed. He looked at it as, oh, this is a mind control cult using the drug mescaline. And I'm in one of the rare positions to be able to, I can't prove him wrong, but I know he's wrong. Because the brilliant thing about Howard is he called it the journey through time. We called it anthioarchaeology. So how to explore a native culture or a now deceased culture through the use of psychedelics. So you are walking through those streets as they were then. It is the wildest thing. Unfortunately, he's passed. I would love to learn the intricacies of what he knew, how to articulate those things, but to get to see the Chavin temple as it was then, to understand why they did what they did, the way they did, is astounding. That they were using hydroacoustics, that they had water that flowed through there and there were holes in the ground, that when they put stones over the holes, it altered the frequencies. You know, things that we just barely understand any of that technology to this day. So each of these other points was designed to work on a specific area of the body. So one of them was the root chakra, another one was solar plexus, heart.
I see.
So in doing these ceremonies at all of these other places, the goal is to awaken or to reawaken all of those centers as a cohesive unit.
I see.
So that's the short version of the Amazon.
Yeah, man, it sounds cool. I mean, here's my whole thing. I don't know anything about it other than what I read about, right? I'm the average person now. I just read about things. I Google things. I watch a YouTube video about things until I decide to go experience it. And then that's, like you just said, that's just like that first peek into another room that you haven't been in yet. Yeah.
Well, that's what some of the elders say, that it's like living in one room of a 600 room mansion.
Right.
Some people have learned how to get to some of the other rooms. A few of us have learned to get out of the house.
Right. Yeah.
I personally think I'm one of the ones that's just gotten to some other rooms. There are people who believe I've gotten out of the house, but I don't really think so. And I'm going to go with my instinct over theirs on that. But kind of remarkable stuff, though.
It's all, here's the thing, like present day spirituality, present day religion lacks depth. It lacks, man, I read this fascinating essay by this guy, Matthew Fox. This guy is like a retired Catholic priest who now does these raves. He like gives everybody ecstasy. They do,
Wow.
they do these raves, and he's like on this path of like all religious experience back in the day was linked to psychedelics or some method for enhancing some type of psychedelic experience. So like a vision quest or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a sweat lodge. There was never the notion of you get up on Sunday morning, you put on a fancy outfit, and you go sit down in a pew and you just calmly sing a song or two. You listen to a guy tell you something you should, think about in life, and go home, and that's your religious experience. It was more to it. I mean, those freaking Catholics back in the day, they put on a show. They I mean, we're amazed at these cathedrals that we go look at now. Imagine 2,000 years ago. imagine 1,000 years ago. And then they go, God built this. This isn't divine by God. They'd be like, of course it is. I've never seen anything like it. But we're so vapid. We're so disconnected. We have no depth. We hold nothing sacred anymore. And so this guy, Matthew Fox, talked about, he said, do you realize that this old ancient sort of religious structure of good and bad, light and dark? He's like, think about life 1,000 years ago before electricity, right? There was real darkness. And then, and we lived by that real darkness. Darkness had a different meaning to people back then. You spent more time in darkness. You didn't always have a torch or a candle or a fire or a, whatever. And so again, darkness also easily became this metaphor for evil, because when you live in a primitive setting and you're sitting around your campfire, everything just past the light from that campfire, that's where the predators are. That's where the snakes are. That's where the bugs are. That's where everything that can get you is. And so darkness bad, right? These are these ancient structures, these ancient metaphors. And I'm reading this and I'm just like, how there is no other way we can be whole. We can find any real spiritual life if we don't return to these, because human beings have been around for 100,000 years. Just because we recently invented these, just because we recently have the internet to play with, we've got 100,000 years of figuring shit out. And now the archaeologists are proving that the Homo erectus or Homo whatever it was before Homo sapien, they had cultural practices. They were creating music and art. They were doing this before we even became, quote, human.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, there's just a lot more to it. I'm 100% on your side. Can't agree more. All right. What pictures you want to look at first?
I've got them arranged in order.
All right. So Amazon.
So yeah, start with group 1, Amazon.
All right, here we go.
This is just the new facility that Howard had built. The first time I went down there, they were renting a place, and he realized that there were people who were ready to do these things, and he invested his own money and bought a nice piece of land and started built out these structures. And this is actually the ceremonial tambo where all of the ayahuasca ceremonies and the Wachuma ceremonies took place in. And I mean, you can kind of see the construction of it. And I think the next picture is pretty well similar. Yep.
So now, how far away from a city is this place?
The closest city is Iquitos, which is about 30 minutes by plane from Lima.
Okay.
And once you get to Iquitos, because it's a port, you get on a boat, and it's about this particular place is about 20 minutes up the Rio Nainai from Iquitos. Okay. So it's a leisurely, nice boat ride. You pull up on, and then you see these beautiful structures, and they really did a fantastic job. I mean, they're traditionally built. They've just been done recently. So you can see on all the balusters, on the handrails and stuff, the different, it's not ayahuasca vine. It's I forget what that one's called, but it's a very winged looking 3-dimensional thing. And there's just so much of it. It makes a good material because it doesn't rot. Right. So it lasts a lot longer, but everything they do there has to be done with purpose. If you collect trees and lumber at the wrong time of year, it'll rot. Whereas if it's cut at another time of year, it can last for 25 years without being pressure treated. Or so, we like to think that those people are primitive and we're very well educated and we're smarter than they are. But it's really, in my experience, it's quite the opposite, that they're overlooking the depth of understanding that it takes for the technologies that they command. They don't need electricity.
Right.
For them, they pretty well go to bed. The traditionals go to bed when the sun does.
Yeah.
Or they have a kerosene lamp that are candles that allow them to stay up a little longer.
Yeah. You mean the way our body has evolved for 100,000 years? Yeah.
Yeah.
When the sun goes, time to go to bed. Yeah.
Do you have a way to make it where I can advance the slides?
I would have if you had uploaded them. So no.
Oh,
so you
got it.
just tell me. Just tell me.
Okay, that's fine. If that doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. Okay,
it's
so
okay.
next. This is Don Robert. This is one of my favorite pictures of him.
Oh, cool.
He had a habit of, when we would go hiking places, that he's so healthy. He's like 67 there, believe it or not. Natural hair color, vibrantly healthy. Wow. This guy could not stop. So he'd just keep walking circles around us effectively. So you'd see him disappear off the trail. And out there, if you're 10 feet off the trail, you're invisible. And then 300 feet up the trail, all of a sudden he'd come out of the trail. Or in this case, I came up and saw him sitting just like that. He didn't look at me, nothing, when I took the picture. Next slide. This is him singing one of his Icaros of Thanksgiving to the Ceilo ayahuasca. And for anybody who's interested, go on YouTube. And I think I've had it under Cougar. If not, if you look up Don Robert, I actually have a video posted of him singing this beautiful Icaro to this healing plant. Next slide.
Cool. We'll have to get send me the link to that, and I'll put it in the description.
I will. I'll find it. I've got a couple others, I think, that are still posted. Cool. That's his wife. She's a medicine person in her own right and a ceremonial assistant, if you will. He may do most of the ceremony, but in their tradition, the women are the ones that are holding space. So just as important. And she supports him, so equally as important. And this is a guy
is that standard? Like, is that just their dynamic, or is that traditionally the male and female role?
Traditionally, in my experience, that's very standard. Okay. It's becoming less common, just like in our society. Those roles are changing, right. And there are guys that think, oh, well, I don't really need her involved in that. And I disagree. I think the most powerful ceremonies I've ever been to were facilitated by a couple. So that, for me, it's really hard it'd be hard for anybody to change my mind on that. Next slide. This is a fairly recent picture before he passed away of Don Howard Lawler. And I didn't take this picture. A friend of mine did. And it's funny, there would be times we'd see a sign and he'd be standing in front of it and take a picture, and then we'd read what the sign said, and it was just so relevant. So I thought, for me, the respect the path, there was just something about that was relevant to my goal one of my goals in choosing to share these things tonight. Next slide. This is Howard is seated, and he's got a mapacho in his hand. That's rustica tobacco, which has like 30 times the nicotine of cigar tobacco. And it also has tetrahydroharmaline in it. So it does have an MAOI in it. So that packs a damn punch. I don't care if you're a 2-pack a day Camel smoker. If you inhale that, you're going to be green as hell. I mean, I can get high as shit. I to this day, I mean, I've been using tobacco ceremonially for, 35 years. To this day, I cannot inhale any of it.
Wow.
Any of it. If I inhale any of it at all, I choke to hell. But I still puff it because that's the way my elders taught me. And right. So to me, that's my reverence for them. But so Robert here is doing what's known as an arcana. He's opening someone up who's about to do an ayahuasca ceremony so that that medicine can enter them more fully. And he just always starts with Don Howard before he does the whole group. And they were gracious enough to allow me to take pictures. Next slide. This is an example of one of, well, this is a combination altar. This is not just Don Robert's altar. This is a combination ayahuasca altar of Howard's and Robert's, because I see elements of both of them in it. And that's actually ayahuasca that's in the jar, in the bottle there. And for anybody who's paying attention, yes, that is an actual human skull. Next slide.
Back there. Nice. Okay, cool.
This is a Wachuma altar. And because of the Wachuma, where the height when it was practiced being at the Chavin Temple, these the little head looking structures that are right around the cactus in the middle were all around the temple at Chavin, and there's only one of them left in situ. They've taken the rest of them out, and they're in a museum now, so they're protected, which is probably a good thing. People would probably steal them. Right. What archaeologists missed was that the one all the way to the far left was a fully human head. The one all the way to the far right was a full-on jaguar. They never realized it was all about transformation and shape-shifting. They completely missed that detail. So this is another one of those things that you can learn from anthroarchaeology. You can get past the biases of culture that are written in books and see them for yourself. Now, Don Howard may be dead, and God rest him wherever he is. We love you. We miss you. I'll see you someday. But his daughter is still doing this. So for those who are interested, I will give you the link to their organization, because, you know, you still got to vet things out and determine if they're for yourself. But I can at least tell you that these people are the real deal. Next slide. This is a ceremony where Howard is sharing a medicine with me that's called Singata. The closest thing to Singata translation-wise is to be lifted up. That does not even cover what is going on for me right there. The thing in my hand is called a Singador, and it's got a male. It's carved out of the middle of a chanta pine, a palm. So it's very, very hard and jet black, but it's carved into, it's a male and a female on, you know, one side and then the other. And there's a little cup at the top that's got a spout on both sides. So he pours a little of what's in that bottle on the table in there. And the idea is you suck half of it down your left nostril and then half of it down your right nostril. And what I didn't know at the time was it was going to be really hard to hang on to that stick. And so at that point, I am essentially experiencing what I would call soul flight. I have a toehold in my body right there. My whole body is shaking like I'm being electrified. Not electrocuted, but electrified. Next slide. That's ayahuasca being brewed. The leaf in the top is Toei, which is Brugmansia. So some of the most potent alkaloids on the planet. The difference between a functional dose of that, and keeping in mind, once this reduces down, there's probably 20 doses of ayahuasca there. Once it's cooked down, 1 leaf works. 2 leaves, serious practitioners can do. 3 leaves can cause semi-permanent madness.
Wow. So
people that don't know what they're doing, to say they can harm you doesn't quite cover it. Next slide. Robert about to give me a flower bath. And yeah, as much as I do like seeing him smile, generally speaking, when I first met him, this was pretty well his demeanor. He just always kind of has that intense look on his face. But that is, bar none, one of the coolest damn experiences. I would travel back to the Amazon just to have the damn flower bath.
Nice.
It's astounding. Next slide. This was a day after my first ayahuasca ceremony. It looks like I'm really intense there, but I'm in such a fucking sublime space there. Nice. I mean, I've just had my world turned upside down, and I know I got to get me some more of this. And they just, for some reason, they were offering to take pictures of other people who wanted their picture taken. And Howard just kept goading me until I finally sat down and he took my picture. So it was I kind of got goaded into something I didn't really need to do. And that's probably what explains the look on my face, actually. Next slide. Amazon, there's always cool critters in places. Whoops.
Nope. How'd I do
You
that?
jumped ahead.
My bad.
Yeah. What back
There
to there you
we
go.
There.
Her name is Lisa, three-toed sloth. Little local guy has anytime animals like their moms are killed or something accidentally or for bushmeat, if there are any babies that are found, they bring them to him. And so at a level, he rehabilitates them. And at another level, they can't really be returned into the wild. So it's I guess you would say it's their version of a zoo, which I don't really like, but at least in that context, I totally understand it. And she was just so damn cool. I mean, she really did put a smile on my face. Next slide. Couple of Shipibo women. The tapestry you can see on the wall behind me and the shirt I'm making or that I'm wearing are both made by Shipibo.
Oh, cool.
In fact, the woman who's on my right there in the pink actually made that tapestry that's back here behind me. And they, it doesn't look like they wanted to have their picture taken with me, but the woman in the pink just kind of sat me down and then got down there beside me. And the lady on the end is smiling. And the other one looks like she'd rather not be there, but
yeah,
maybe she doesn't like a gringo having his arm around her.
Yeah. The girl in blue, not looking
she doesn't really look like she's feeling it, but
no,
they're brilliant artisans. Nice. So if anybody who does manage to get down there, whether it's for ayahuasca or otherwise, if you run into any of the Shipibos, their artwork is peerless, and all of those designs are all based on ayahuasca visions. So they are powerful in their own right. Next slide.
Oh, I got to pull this up first. Cass said she's not a Rush fan.
Yeah. Well, Shannon noticed that when we were putting these pictures together, she's like, "Oh my God, you're wearing a Rush shirt." Yeah, it was just luck of the draw.
Nice.
I just happened to have it on. I don't know for sure which mushroom this is. I do know it's active. It's one of the few I ever found when I was down there, and I wasn't interested in doing them. And one of the other guys was, so he asked me, could he have them? And I gave them to him. So I do know that they're active, but I just figured that was kind of relevant since we were talking about mushrooms. Next slide. They're another one of the rescues from his mom got killed, and he was a part of Howard's life for quite a few years until she got attacked by some kind of animal one night and unfortunately passed away. But she was a really cool little companion because she was at least slightly acculturated to humans. And oh my God, she was so mischievous. She would take shit and run off with it. You'd have to chase her down. And obviously she can climb trees. So that's kind of a tricky thing. But anyway, next slide. Just another cool mushroom. Next slide. They're making he's making a toasted coca leaf mixture that has the ash of a particular plant that's alkaline in it, so that you can just put that, like snuff in your mouth. And it's a fairly mild effect. It has a little more of effect than like chewing coca does, but it's nowhere near like any of the drug, cocaine that we're familiar with. So to the extent that I was down there, that was the strongest of any of the coca stuff that I did. But I think he's a member of the Yagua tribe, if I remember correctly. Next slide. And as are they're Bora, actually. That headman, the guy who's holding the big long blowpipe there, I got to know him over years, and now his son is now the head man of that tribe. And I have actually shot that particular blowgun.
Cool, man.
So yeah, that's them performing a traditional welcoming dance for us. Next slide. We were hiking along out in the jungle and just came upon this tree. We have no idea who decorated it, why, when.
Bro, that's just graffiti. That's
Yeah, but oh my God, if you're going to do graffiti, I'm cool with that.
Right.
to me, I mean, don't do it on every tree and don't paint over somebody else's. But
Right.
if you're going to decorate something, yeah, use that kind of
Yeah, there you go.
skill. Next slide. That's actually Alan Woe in the middle, the guy who wrote Ayahuasca Alchemy.
Mhm.
You know the guy over on his left,
Mhm.
and the woman there is actually my ex-wife.
Oh, okay.
Next slide. That's Alan and one of his maestros, who he's worked with for a very long time, and that's who he got his coronation from, I believe. Next slide. This is one of his brothers, he calls him, that's in Ecuador, where Alan now lives. Alan used to live in Mount Shasta and had a healing center there. Met his wife, and they've now moved to Ecuador, and they're starting something similar to what Howard was doing, just in Ecuador. And these guys, it's like Huni, I think, Huni, and then maybe Kuin, Hunikin. I know I'm butchering that badly. Sorry, Alan. But these guys are just totally brilliant. They're peerless ceremonialists, and all of those feathers are harpy eagle.
Nice.
Next slide.
That's it for Amazon 1.
Let's move on to the next one.
Right.
This is where we're starting to go to other sites. Actually, this is this should be number 2. This should be Sacsayhuaman.
Did I
Then
miss one? I thought I got it right.
Well, if you didn't, that's okay. I mean, I think we got enough of the Amazon, but Sacsayhuaman is a really cool area. There's they call them wakas. So this is just a natural rock formation. But as I was sitting here waiting for our medicine to kick in, of course, I noticed the stairs that are in the picture, and I start to ask Howard about it. And Howard's like waving me off. He's like, no, stop. We'll get to that. So just a strange thing. Here's a natural rock, and you see stairs carved into it. Hey, wonder where those lead. Next slide. This is called the cosmic vagina. You can kind of see why.
Sure.
It's very magnetic. So if you happen to have a camera and you let it brush too close to the wall, it'll wipe the card on it.
What?
So we were actually told, hold those things really close to you, or, in your backpack or whatever as you're going through there. But as you go up these stairs, it opens up in kind of like, it's kind of like you're coming up in the seats in the bottom of a movie theater. The amphitheater is back up behind you. So as you go out and turn around, there's these different carved spots. Next slide. And yours truly sitting there being very, very under the influence of Wachuma, having a brilliant experience. And of course, Howard walked by and made the sign like this, and I flipped him my camera and let him take the picture.
Nice.
And I'm glad I did, but you can kind of get a little tiny view of the star quilt that I was talking about earlier.
Oh, cool.
That's what's draped around me. Next slide. This is another angle of one of those other rocks. So that set of stairs that I saw was kind of the way out of the other place. But throughout these couple of boulders, there's all kinds of places that have been carved and carved out. And there's pathways under there, and you can navigate ledges and stuff. And every bit of this is where two ley lines converge. So even I've been there even when I wasn't under the influence of Wachuma, and it's an intensely powerful place, to the point that when the Catholic Church came there, where the old temple used to be, they built their church on the top of those foundations, right, knowing that the natives would still continue to come there. They probably did not know that the source of that power was actually this rock formation. Next slide. So one of the other guys who's with us, who's up there exploring on one spot there, I think he was trying to figure out what I started to do at one point, trying to figure out if he could make that leap across, which from where he's standing, he couldn't, but he could have taken a couple more steps and probably could have. But I decided, yeah, in that time and under that influence, it was probably best if I stop and maybe just climb down and go back over the other side, which it's a good thing I did. You probably wouldn't make that leap. It's a little long. Next slide. And this was a woman who was just doing some really beautiful weaving. I bought a couple of her pieces. I want to do a study there on hats.
Okay.
Because among the different cultures who are still present there, the Quechua, the Icaro, the Inca, you go to a region that's 10 miles from another region and they have a completely different hat. So the different hats that you see, well, if you saw the 4,000 pictures I have from these trips that I narrowed down to these few, you'd kind of get the point. But one of these days, I'm going to do a study on the hats of Peru. Next slide.
That's it for that one.
Okay. This is Tucumay. The PowerPoint of this is this actual mountain.
And now we're still in Peru, right?
All of this is in Peru.
Okay.
So, did the ayahuasca and the one wachuma in the Amazon, and then I did this trip 5 other doses of wachuma at all of these other separate places.
Okay.
The Waka here is this mountain, and you can see up kind of on the little ridge kind of to the right, they've almost built a little observatory there.
Mm-hmm.
And another brilliantly powerful spot, no question, under normal circumstance. But this whole place around here has a very surreal feel, and there's some very sorceric energy there. So at nighttime, if you're not real comfortable in the dark or with yourself, this is a place that feels foreboding to a lot of people. Me, I loved it. I ate that shit up. But anyway, there's some really cool things around it. Next slide. Everything you see in front of you is pyramids. But because the bricks weren't baked, the ones over time on the exterior have broken down.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like much, but all of these are actually pyramids. Next slide.
Wow.
So if you look close in this one, on the parts down low, you'll see lines that run across horizontally at intervals.
Yeah.
Those are actually the different levels, the different floors, which back then they actually did with posts with, what is it? It's not mesquite. It's a carob. It's the algaroba tree. And they last like mesquite. So in that dry environment, you can still see some of the wood intact protruding from these ancient pyramids. Next slide.
Man, I built a little coffee table out of a carob slab I bought from somebody, and it's one of the hardest, it's a
ever burned any of it?
I have not, no.
It burns the most fiery hot.
Oh, wow.
It makes oak look sick, and the fire burns purple. Next slide.
Nice.
So from the top of the mountain there, which its name escapes me, you can see this whole complex. So this would have been like raised causeways and then temples and all kinds of stuff, which there's definitely a lot of degradation there. But at nighttime and under the influence of wachuma, you know that you are in those sorcerers' space. There is no question in your mind or heart. Next slide. There's a couple of these guys that patrol around there. They call them the temple dogs, and they are one of the hairless breeds. And they're very, very amicable for the most part. You wouldn't want to be out there at night unescorted. If they felt like you didn't belong there, they could create trouble for you. But generally speaking, I think they're used to seeing people like myself who are under the influence of things, and who knows, they might secretly be laughing at us. I don't know, but they were very friendly to us, and I found their energy really cool. It's like they were steeped in it. They had a very ancient feel to them. And they didn't really like being photographed. This one actually kind of turned long enough for me to get a decent picture, but I had to try a bunch of times with the other ones, and this was the only picture I got out of all of them, but I thought it was a cool thing to share. Next slide. See what I mean about the purple?
Wow, dude, you're right. Look at that.
And I mean, it's hot as hell. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Howard had me work the fire that night because just like my elder in Alabama figured out quick, Howard recognized I had a relationship with fire. And so I got the duties that night. And that was one of the more memorable fires I have ever had the privilege to facilitate. Next slide. One of the local markets there, this is how common the San Pedro is. You know, unlike, you know, the peyote here, which grows very, very, very slowly, this stuff in that environment can grow, you know, 6 inches a year or
Right.
more.
Right.
So I would love to see the Native American church switch over to this as a sacrament. I don't want to diss anybody's technology, and their heritage, but at this point, we're creating a species that's being made almost extinct when we have something that has, you know, 2/3 the alkaloid content,
Right.
you know, so you take a little more, but it grows a lot faster. That's what I personally would feel would be a better solution. Next slide. Me standing in front of said market, I picked this one just because I was in one of those rare moods, and I apologize in advance for the mustache. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. Shannon hates it. Most people who've seen it are like, oh my God, that looks like a furry caterpillar on your lip. But I don't know. There was just something about my mood. I figured I had to throw that one in there. Next slide. This is a place called El Brujo. It's on the coast. Literally behind me is the ocean. What you're looking at is also a very large pyramid. You can see that somebody tried to break into it. That's what that big slot you can see in the middle of it is. Next slide.
Hold on 1 second. Okay.
So here's Howard walking up to it, and you can see all of the bricks. So you can tell that it's a pyramid.
Oh shit, look at that.
And they totally screwed the pooch because the entrance to this pyramid is actually on the other side. And I know what the people watching this are going to say. They're going to say, how do you know that? Well, again, antheo-archaeology. That under the influence of Wachuma, you can see the chamber below you when you're standing on the top of this thing. When you're in the right headspace. In other words, your mind's quiet.
Right.
So I can literally see what they were after. And yeah, they started on completely the wrong side. If they'd started on the other side, they would have found it, and this most certainly would have been pillaged. This is considered a healing waka. It's called the waka cortada. So cool thing about most shamanism from that time period, from the Lambieki or the Mochi or any of those, the polarities were both present. So any place there's a healing altar, there's generally another altar. Well, somebody would say, well, what's the opposite of a healing altar? Well, the other altar is, next slide, is called the Waka Cow, or the Chaos altar, or the Chaos Waka, I guess you would say. They tell me that the cow used to mean something else, but again, that's another one of those that's relegated to history in a dead language, and so nobody knows anymore. And at least my informants are willing to give that answer instead of giving the gringos a bullshit answer that they love the sound of. But they were doing an excavation on this one, and this is most definitely a sorceric altar. There is no question about it. Everything in it makes the average person want to run away. And again, strangely, I feel comfortable there. Everything in between these two things is graveyard. So every little pockmark you see is a grave. You literally could not traverse between the two and not step on a grave. It would be impossible. That was one of the weirder things I had to do while I was out there, was traverse through a place I knew was all bones, and I'm trying to be reverent and move around them, and it's almost impossible to not step on them. Next slide. Another view of the Waka Cow. Next slide. This is starting to look at the inside of it. Next slide. Here's where part of it's been restored. What you can see up there behind my big fat head is a procession of prisoners. They all have a rope that they're toting. You can kind of see that on the left-hand end. And we think they did kind of like the Mayans, that they had ritual warfare. It wasn't so much they were actually at war, but whoever lost actually got some of them actually got sacrificed. So we're told they were decapitated. Next slide. So as I was saying earlier, every one of those little divots you see is a grave between there. That's from the top of the Waka Cow looking back to the Waka Cortada. One of the cooler experiences I had at the Waka Cow when they were doing another section of it, and I couldn't find a good picture of it. They had a section behind a drape, and once we were into the Wachuma, Howard gave us the direction, and he said, okay, now I want to tell you, go back behind the drape, and I want you to stand in front of that sculpture, that statue, with your back to it. Do not, under any circumstance, touch it, but just stand there.
Okay.
So first couple people went, they're back there like a minute, whatever. He would open the curtain and say, come on, pull them out. It got to be my turn. I went back there. It's like a human being standing with like their arms out. So that's literally what I did. Put my arms out, backed up till it was back to my back, and I'm facing out. I stood there about 10 seconds, and I felt like I had so much power running through me, I was going to pass out. So I was not like running out, but we learned later that the point of this exercise was what this thing was designed for was to charge the human body with stored ceremonial energy. And holy crap, does it actually work? Next slide. This is a part of the altar he was building that day for that particular place. So every altar at each separate one of these locations is different and has a different focus on the altar itself. Next slide. Everybody knows this one, right?
Oh yeah.
Machu Picchu.
Gotta go there.
How many times have you ever seen an image of Machu Picchu that doesn't have a single person in it?
Good job, dude. How early did you have to get there to get that?
Wasn't about that. See that cloud that's rising up there? It had been raining all fucking day. We didn't care. We were doing Wachuma. Who cares? You go there to do ceremony. Who cares? It's raining. It's raining. It's not a hammering down rain per se. It's just very heavy fog and kind of intermittent medium rain and then drizzle most of the day. But it kept every bit of the tourists out. And so once it cleared, I had a brief window before people started showing up on buses and just happened to capture a couple of these crazy good images. Next slide. This was one that somebody else took, but I thought because it showed a little more of the area and still didn't have people in it, I figured this was a relevant one to show, and the clouds had already cleared. So next slide. The mountain you're looking at there is Huayna Picchu. So it's the peak that is closest adjacent to Machu Picchu. And if you look at the very top of it, or about a third of the way down, you can see there are structures up there.
Oh yeah.
This was the second hardest hike I've done in my life. You were on the first one.
Yeah.
So brother, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Yeah. This doesn't
one was
look
hard,
too bad.
but this one was doable.
Yeah.
But it takes hours to get up there. Next slide. A little better picture. You can see some of the structures there. Next slide. The view from up top. Wow. So now you're looking back down at the entire structure of Machu Picchu. Next slide. I believe that's Disa uniflora. I'm not positive, but that's or no, I'm sorry. Is that Disa or is that Masdevallia? That's one of the local orchids there. And the
Gorgeous.
fact that I found orchids at the top of Huayna Picchu, obviously that had to get included in this episode because I knew I
Gotta.
was going to be talking about orchids. Next slide. And then this is one of the buildings at the top. How do you like that shit for stairs? I mean,
Yeah,
we think
man.
of open stairs as not having the riser on them.
Yeah.
These don't have the other side. And so you
Yeah.
walk up, step on that next platform,
Wow.
go up the next 3 steps. And I mean, if you went off that other side there on the far side,
Ooh.
it would most certainly be catastrophic and most
Yeah.
likely would be fatal. You may
Well,
not fall all the way to the bottom, but you would be irreparably damaged.
well, here's what I say. When I take my kids mountain biking, I just was out mountain biking with my 8-year-old, and she didn't want to go down this one section. And she goes, "But Dad, if I go right over there, I'm gonna fall down 80 feet. That would be terrible." I go, "Well, don't do that."
Absolutely.
There you go. You just don't do it. Now I'm sitting there thinking they probably not only are walking up those without even thinking twice, but they're probably carrying a bunch of shit on their backs. And
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
likely so. Yeah, absolutely. Next slide. Another local orchid, epidendrum of some kind.
That's gorgeous.
Next slide. Temple of the Moon.
Whoa.
So on another little pathway coming back down, a little side trek from coming back down the path from Huayna Picchu, we knew that this thing was there and we knew we had enough time. So we decided to go see it. And it is very, very feminine energy, no question about it. I don't know, and nobody seems to know. None of the people we talk to really know much about what kind of ceremonies went on in this particular spot. But very, very powerful place. Next slide. This is one of my favorite places at Machu Picchu. The energy there is just insane. It looks like it's incomplete. It's just rocks, but I don't know. There's something to be said for that. I spent a significant amount of one of my trips there on Wachuma, just kind of wandering around these boulders. And I mean, the energy is actually more palpable there than it is in some of the buildings. Next slide. This is one of the remarkable things about Machu Picchu, that there is a spring that comes up out of it. So a mountain that rises that high, having water that comes up out of it's pretty unusual. So this is one of those things that you're not likely to learn about in tour guides or anything, but this is one of the features that makes Machu Picchu what it is. And one of the other ones I can't show you a picture of because I would not want people to know exactly where it is. It's a little harder to get to. It's a little treacherous, but it was told to me that it was why this entire place is where that it is. And I'm thinking, wow, this ought to be neat. And he takes us down, and there's kind of like where I'm sitting with the star quilt in one of the other pictures. There's obviously a cut out what looks like a chair in a rock.
All right.
And it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then we all take turns sitting in that chair. I would totally agree with his assessment. This entire place was built around that rock.
Wow.
That when you sit on that space, it's like going to that God spot. You're automatically, your mind's quiet. It's, and you are in the full flow of that experience. I would love to do that someday in normal awareness, just to see how much of that I would be capable of perceiving under normal circumstances. I'm sure it's still astounding. Next slide. Real interesting feature in this place. It's called the condor. So if you think about it, this would be, and I've got it tilted. I mean, those people are not walking uphill like that,
Right.
but I had a reason for tilting it this way. Because the whole view that they had was this was an actual condor. So that's the left wing of the condor. Next slide. That's the head of the condor down below it. Next slide. This is the right wing of the condor. Next slide. So here's Howard again. And didn't have any good pictures of this, but the idea is you stand behind where the head is, between the two wings, facing outward. And Howard standing behind you is like whispering in your ear, which is a really good way in that space to get your mind quiet. And he's giving you directions, and the directions he's telling you is to stretch out, let go, feel this, feel that, and then let go and just rise. And man, as soon as I did that, and every hair on my damn body is standing up right now. As soon as I did that, it was like I was in the air. I had leapt off that cliff and was soaring off of this particular point. And about, he says about 30 seconds later, you're back. It felt like it was like 10 minutes.
Wow.
To me, but I asked him, what was that like in real time? And he said, about 30 seconds for you. Next slide. The only other time I experienced that there was on a different trip. This particular little hawk was doing this weird thing. I had climbed up to a spot and she was clearly trying to get my attention. She was doing this little dance, and I've never seen birds of prey do that. I mean, you see mockingbirds and shit do that all the time. She was doing all kinds of stuff, and then she'd flip around and would be the other way. And then she finally, I'm just watching her after I took this picture, and she moves around about 20 feet behind her, and there's a little perch, and she looks off it to me this way, flips around, looks at me like to say, okay, you got it? And then leapt off. As soon as she did, I was seeing the valley floor through her eyes.
Whoa, dude.
She took me on a ride that anybody who's ever had, the drones and shit would be envious of.
Wow.
And it was positively breathtaking. And again, nobody else was there, so I have no idea how long that took in actual 3D reality. But It seemed like we circled the valley there 3 or 4 times. And then I swear to God, she jumped. She was on the same perch, and all of a sudden I realized I'm standing there looking at her. She cocked her head one time and flew off.
Wow. So cool, dude.
Next slide. Don Mariano, a friend of Howard's, that actually the hat on his head there used to be my hat. I traded it to him because he offered me another one, and I figured, well, if he's going to give me a hat, he needed to at least have a hat.
Right.
So I gave him that one, and I had an old fleece that I'd had for 10 years, and he was like freezing at another place where we were, and I gave him that. And I mean, the next time I saw him, he was wearing that fleece and this hat.
Love it.
So yeah, next slide. This is my favorite temple in Peru. This is Chavin de Huatar. It's an entire complex. This kind of gives you the overview of the whole place. Next slide. A little bit closer in, you can see they've got the pathways delineated. This is a pretty common way of doing it where they are. I guess it helps people know what path they're supposed to be on.
Right.
You'll also notice there are no people in these pictures. Howard had the remarkable ability to give us carte blanche access to some of these places. And there's a really cool temple underneath this. If you look at the shed that's all the way over to the right, underneath it is an area where there's a locked gate, and you have to go subterranean. And once you're inside, it's labyrinthine. I mean, it's labyrinth everywhere. And unlike, what you would think underground, the air's not stale at all. They've got all these, you can see spots over by that other spot over there. You can see where looks like there's chinks in it or holes missing.
Yeah.
So they had, the airflow in the place and everything. But the idea was to take the initiates who were using this Wachuma into this area And when you wander through the labyrinth, at a certain point, you come face to face with about a 10-foot tall totemic kind of piece of, I think it's a blue granite. But I think I've got that in another picture. We'll get to that here in a minute. Next slide. Another basic view of the site. Next slide. At the very top of this slide, you can see it's called the black and white portal. So you've got a couple of columns, and if you look over the right-hand column, it's black, and over the left-hand column is white. Both of these columns have tons of carvings. There's all kinds of carvings underneath all of that. Next slide. There you can see some of the carvings.
Oh, yeah.
All of these are truly ancient. Some of them, some people say they're demonic. I don't agree with that. They're fantastical for sure, but I don't consider them demonic. But how interesting to have the black steps on one side and the white steps on the other, and it's masculine on the right and feminine on the left. And there's all kinds of other images on the underside of that you can really only see by shining a very bright light at a tangent angle to see it. And so we believe that most of those things were done for the initiates, and then they cross up these stairways. We were not allowed to do that. We were told ahead of time, that these are not stable anymore, that they want to keep them conserved. So we were not allowed to do that particular part of it. But one of our other guides did show us the things underneath it. But by the time it was, dark enough to be able to use the flashlight and see them, trying to photograph them was impossible. Next slide. A little bit of a close-up of some of those. And if you look into Chavin online, there's images about it. There's information about it. You can easily look and see. All of these have been mapped out, so you can see what they all are. They're all shamanic. You can see them holding staffs of cactus, and it's very clear that that's their sacrament of choice of this particular culture. Next slide. This being the masculine side, completely different iconography, but just as incredible. Next slide. When you go through this whole labyrinth, this is what you come face to face with. Now, granted, I'm at the side of it here. So the face of it is to our right. So that's where they would have brought the initiates in, where they're coming face to face with it. So the guy I was telling you about, who had the great synopsis, about this whole culture, and then in the last minute he said, "Oh, it was a mind control cult."
Right.
About using. He said, "Oh yeah, they take them underground and scare the daylights out of them with all of this kind of stuff." But yeah, he totally missed the boat on it. But I can see how he came to that conclusion, though, in his defense. Next slide. The original temple where the 10 on heads that I told you about were left in situ, I happened to look up, and this is actually a stylized jaguar facing to the right that was carved on this overhang that they built a roof just to protect it. And so, I mean, some of these old temples, there's stuff everywhere if you're just willing to look for it. And Howard told me the day that I noticed that he told me something really weird. He said, "Well, yeah, you were there the day they put it there." And I was like, "What?" So Howard tells me, I don't have any memory of this myself, but Howard told me that I'm I guess you'd say a reincarnated Chavin priest.
Wow, dude.
So I can neither confirm nor deny that, but based on my experiences there, it would be really hard for me to refute it. I'll say that.
Nice.
Next slide. This was the altar for that place. And I mean, like I said, every single one of them's different, but in just sharing basic shamanic stuff, it felt like it was relevant to show different altars because, obviously to have it work for anybody else, it has to be set up your way. So it's not about you set it up this same exact way to do it. This is how Howard would do it. I might use the same things on it, but they would have slightly different placements, just because his experience with it is different, and that can modulate the experience, similar to the Icaros in the ayahuasca. Next slide. That was a huge Wachuma that I found blooming about a quarter of a mile from that temple.
Man, look at that thing.
Next slide. This is Martine, one of the artist friends, and he's one of the living heritage experts on this site. He grew up around this site. He knows things about this site the archaeologists don't know. And he's making, technically, I think what he's making there would actually be San Pedro, because by leaving it whole that way and then boiling that in water, that's the way that medicine is made. The Wachuma, you're just kind of taking the outermost, the really dark green parts, and everything else of that essentially gets returned back to the earth. And as it turns out, we now know that by far the majority of the alkaloids are in the dark green and medium green tissue. And as it turns out, the part that can make you kind of nauseous happens to be in this portion of it. And it makes it very viscous. So if you like trying to drink snot, then you might really dig the San Pedro. Me personally, the Wachuma is more liquefied, and yes, it is more bitter and all that, but that's my preference. But that's the basics of how they would prepare that. Next slide. In the little town close to there, there's this really stunning Catholic church. This is one of the most beautiful relief doors I have ever seen in my entire life. And you can see the cactus on it on both sides of the door. Next slide. That shows a little more head on so you can see what I'm looking at. But on this whole acculturation thing, if you look at that bottom center panel, next slide.
Or that one. Okay. Yeah.
There's the Lanzone to the left.
Wow.
The 10 on heads, the black and white portal, and the Stilla Ramundi. So all of the basic holy objects of Chavin are portrayed here on the bottom panel on one of the most beautiful Catholic churches I've seen in that part of the world. So they clearly knew how to speak to the people who were already there, and maybe get them at least to come to church once.
Right.
Until they found out that maybe it didn't hold any power for them, but they might have at least gone once, or on a holy day that they would have gone. We believe this entire church was built on another ancient sacred site, is what we believe. But we can't find any verification of that in history because they've never done excavations under it. But based on our Wachuma forays, we know there's another culture underneath this church. So that's all we can say about that. Next slide. This is the Laguna Negra. In order to reach it, you have to go by horseback, and you cannot go without a vetted, certified shaman. The people are not allowed up here. And the horses, oh my God, I've never been that uncomfortable in my whole life. They were like little bitty burros, and they had these like wooden stirrup. And so like my knees were up at my chest, and, you know, trying to fit, and you're walking up all these steep pitches and shit. Fortunately, each horse was guided by somebody who was walking us. So yeah, anybody who feels like, when you're going to these places that you're in control of things, it's like, no, these people are walking the same path. You're riding on horseback to guide you to where you're trying to get to.
Right.
But supposedly plunging in this lake can cure anything that you might have. So that's Don Howard on the left, and I am totally drawing a blank on the other guy's name, but so Howard is more of the Huachumero, and the other one is a San Pedrero. So the only San Pedro traditional ceremony I've ever done was with this man, and it was bizarre and wild, but it was not my cup of tea at all. And I'll talk about that more with you at some point or on another show. We don't want to go too long with this thing. Next slide. Just the group of us that was there. That's obviously me in the front there with the huge ass glasses on, because I wouldn't be able to see there otherwise with these baby blues. Even though it was overcast there, the solar power of what's up there is really hard to believe. But this was just before we did ceremony. So next slide. Me and Howard chewing on coca leaves. Next slide. The other shaman was doing a blessing ceremony for this waterfall and asking if anybody else wanted to be blessed. I didn't really feel like walking out in front of him on that wet ledge. A couple people did, and managed to do it successfully. But it was a really cool image, and it was a really cool song that he was singing. That's really truly ancient. Next slide. And that was the entire waterfall as you approach it. So yeah, kind of a stunning vista. Next slide. These are the Icaro. These are up in the very high Andes. A lot of their ceremonies are at 16,000, 17,000. So they would come down and meet us. This is probably 8,500 in elevation. So it was a little hard for all of us to breathe, but by then we'd already been to Cusco. We were kind of acculturated. We were adapted to it enough that we could deal with it. But they're making these beautiful prayer bundles that they make because they know that we've all come there to do ceremony today. Next slide. Howard with the male Icaro elders. The head man is there in the center, and he's got that whole bundle that he's using coca leaves, and he's praying over and blessing so that we all get out of this experience what we need, and so that we can all protect the Earth Mother. Next slide. He's continuing to do his prayers. I didn't realize I had two of that. Next slide. So here's the women. They're getting for this particular ceremony. They're more support. They're singers. They get the triplets of coca leaves ready so that the men can just grab them and put the bundles together. And there are other ceremonies where the women make the bundles. So, I mean, it really just does depend on what the purpose of those bundles are, according to my very limited understanding of their culture. But I mean, check out the hats. There's another completely different style. Next slide. That's me about to drink Wachuma, and Howard doing the rattles and the Mapacho tobacco smoke there. Next slide. Now I'm blowing my smoke over it because I felt like I needed, or actually this should have been in the other order. I did that first, picked the cup up, and then Howard did his thing. And 45 minutes from then, you're in a good space. It's not like mushrooms in that it's terribly, terribly visual. I mean, it's visual, but it's more sentient. It's more, you're in your body. You're very connected to everything. And I find it, even at higher doses, I find that less problematic than higher doses of mushrooms. Next slide. Weird thing that happened that day, one of the cooler events of my life. It just so happened these three gentlemen were going in a different direction than all the other Icaros, and it was in a direction we were headed. So they kind of asked if, through their elders, none of these guys even speak Spanish. Wow. So we had to have a Spanish Icaro interpreter just to have somebody else of ours who does English to Spanish but they were wanting to hitch a ride with us. And when they got on there, my then wife and I had a bunch of food that we bought at the market, and they had a few things with them. And so we just all sat back there, and it's one of those rare occasions where everybody knew what everybody was talking about, even though none of us speak even remotely the same language. So even though that pic was blurry as hell, I felt like it had to be in there just for the relevance of that. Don't let language be a barrier. Don't let age be a barrier. Don't let experience be a barrier. Throw yourself best you can into an experience you choose to be in, and be amazed at what you're able to perceive.
I love that, dude. 100%.
This place is called Heaven's Gate. It's at about 11,000 feet. I walked up a section of the hill about 300 feet here, and it took me 10 minutes to catch my breath.
Oh, yeah.
I made sure not to do that again. It's like, you don't want to go till you get out of breath. Move slowly, and keep going. But this rainbow started forming. I took like 6 shots, and this was the peak of it. And I mean, ice cold, snow melt kind of water. Next slide. This is one of the highest temperate rainforests in the world. So there's bromeliads growing in the trees. It gets cold there, but it never freezes. So this is a quinal tree. As far as I know, they're pretty well endemic to that part of Peru and pretty well to that elevation. So these are endangered just perforce because there is very little territory that is their particular niche.
Right.
But there is something very seductive about these trees. Hanging out around them, in them, whatever. They are very calming. They're not sedating per se, but yeah, I'll stick with calming. Next slide. So I was just sitting there being reflective, and somebody took my picture and was like, "Oh man, your glasses." And so I took them off and let them take the other picture. But
well, you didn't want the glasses competing with that stash, bro. You had to really show that stash off.
No, I did that for me. I never did that to show off. But as I look back at it now, I was like, holy crap, what the hell was I thinking? Next slide. On a cold day, that's more kind of how you got to dress out there. I mean, yeah, obviously not in moccasins or wearing, the pants were also made by the Shipibos, that are made the shirt I'm wearing and the tapestry behind me. But
those boots, dude, are looking.
Those were custom made to my feet, and I've had them for a lot of years, and those have more airline miles on them than a lot of people do.
Wow.
They've traveled, that and that star quilt have been all over this planet with me, and people just are like, why do you carry that blanket with you? And it's like, yeah, I'm not carrying my blankie with me. It's a living altar.
Yeah.
So but anyway, next slide. And then eventually it cleared off enough that I was able to get this. This is part of the Cordillera Blanca range, which is, I don't know, that's probably 16 or 17,000 there. So fortunately, we didn't have to go up anywhere near that. That 11.5 mark was doable once you've kind of gotten a little used to it, as long as, like I said, you don't do something stupid like I did and get out of breath. But yeah, what a brilliant, beautiful, in their culture, all of these mountains are sacred, and they all have a separate name for what we all call them. They call them apus collectively.
Okay.
So when they do their prayers, they run through this litany of where they're naming off every one of these apus and every one of the different plant medicines and all this. So, I mean, I have some music. I'll get you all the links to all this stuff, because some of these things are brilliant to listen to, even if you've never been to the place. that makes them relevant for you. But for me, I don't even have to go here anymore. I can listen to those things. I can listen to the Icaros of Robert in a darkened room and drop back into about a half of an ayahuasca space without the medicine at all. So I think that's the end goal. It's not to see how many ceremonies you can do.
Right.
I mean, Robert's done 10,000 or more, but that's the nature of his work. He has to. He would think we were idiots for trying to do that many.
Right.
What are you trying to prove? What are you still working on? Why did you not listen the first 50 times?
Right.
Those kinds of things, which I found those kinds of things both charming and alarming at the same time, which that's kind of that. If I have a curse, that's mine, that I can usually see both sides legitimately. And I used to actually believe that it was kind of a curse, but as I've gotten older, I now recognize that it allows me to navigate spaces that I know nothing about. So at a level, being able to perceive both sides is about the best gift you can ever be granted. And I don't even know when I got it. Next slide. This is one of my other teachers. She has a degree in Buddhist studies. She's positively brilliant. Shannon and I both did a program with her where she was teaching a very particular form of Andean shamanism. And part of it is blowing fire, which I've actually had Don Robert do. Believe it or not, blowing fire at somebody's energy body can remove things that almost nothing else can. But they only use it as last resort. So if nothing else works, they'll do that. But in this case, she was blowing this to this altar. I took 2 frames. So this was not a burst shot. I took 2 frames. Tell me you don't see a woman's face and that looking downward back at her.
Oh, yeah.
The chin, the tongue, the upper lip, the nose, the eye, the eyelashes, the hair. So tell me that's not Pele looking her dead in the face.
I see it.
I mean, she was blown away when I shared this picture with her. And so was I. When I saw what I had, I was like, oh my God, you got to see this.
So cool.
Next slide. And this was one of their altars. So doing the pathways with the little stones, having the different plants on there, the different little gourds, so completely different iconography on the altar. But man, if you don't feel reverence looking at that, you probably don't have the same life experience that I do. Next slide. That's Lynn and John in the middle. And believe it or not, that's my ass with short hair. And my wife on the other side. That's Shannon.
Nice.
And so we had done a couple of programs with them, and we actually went down to Guatemala with them too, which we'll get to that here in a sec. Next slide. So this was kind of my takeaway from that, that when I got home, I set up a little smaller altar that was based around just those particular teachings, even though there's still ayahuasca, the 2 crossed vines there, and a couple other things that would be more relevant to my specific practice. And actually that's my pipe bag, my Chanupa that's in the back there. So with any altar, it has to speak to you, through you, about you, all of that, unless you're doing very specific work. There are certain works that you don't want it to say anything about you at all, that it's all about who you're working with or who you're attempting to heal, that it has to be all about them. But on most altars that I've ever worked with, it has to speak to you. So moving something into a particular location is like attenuating a radio receiver. It allows you to change the energy in subtle vibrational ways. And these are things that I wish we'd all been taught when we were in school.
Probably not gonna be taught that in school anytime
No.
soon. No.
Strangely, one of the most valuable things that I own, one of the things I treasure most, is in this picture. If you look where the bowl is and the big crystal that's in the center, To the left of that, there's a little small green, very shiny stone. It has not been polished.
Oh wait, I thought I saw it.
Look at the camera.
I see it. I'm trying to see it in the picture though.
But
oh, I see it now. Okay, I see
yeah.
it. Yeah.
So this is that stone. This stone fits perfectly in my hand. And if you just drop it, that's exactly how it lands, like I'm holding it. This thing has traveled around the world with me. And it actually, I can't tell you where it was found because I don't dare. But I will tell you it was found at a major power site that we showed pictures of today. And it was glowing like the sun the day I found it.
Wow.
And I lost it in Marietta for a year. And when Shannon and I were getting ready to move up to Asheville, I was there. We had a community garden, and I was down there taking my part of the stuff, the canes down and stuff like that. And I sat down on the back timber of the raised bed, and I just happened to look down on the ground. Lo and behold, over a year later, and I literally was leaving town the next week, and it showed back up. So it went on a little bit of a walkabout.
Wow.
So yeah, things that are unexplained happen all the time. If you want to debase them and make them where you can understand them, fine. But me, I have lived as close as I can explain an ineffable life. I have lived so many things that have taken my breath away in that moment that I look at things now and through a completely different lens. I don't need to understand them. I don't need to explain them. I don't need to recreate them. I'm there in that moment, drop in, tune in, get whatever it has to share with you. And if you're not certain, ask it. Right. Do you have something to share with me? What do you have to share with me today? And you'd be astounded how often you can actually perceive an answer once you practice. To me, this is what true shamanism is about. It's about getting to know yourself in ways that allow you to know things about things you can't possibly know any other way. Right. Next slide. That's John and they're a couple and their little kid. So he's done a fire behind there. And I like to think that I'm a brilliant fire keeper. That man did shit I have never seen the likes of ever. He had a stick and he would swirl it a little like this as he was near the fire and was creating vortices of fire, just like you would see in forest fires. I have never seen his equal, ever.
Wow.
I was almost brought to tears by this particular fire ceremony. And this, if I remember right, was at Tikal. And that would have been in 2012. We were actually there during the end of the last long count of the Mayan calendar. So they were actually setting up scaffolding and shit at Tikal and laser lights to have the show of the century. And then, believe it or not, they didn't invite in the Mayan elders.
Of course not.
I was blown away. Next slide. Our guide, John, and the three people we showed in the last slide. Next slide. Another medicine woman. She's doing a particular fire ceremony. It's about blessings. There's all kinds of resins and incenses and sugar, candles. Sometimes they use flowers. Sometimes they use other plants. Depends on what kind of thing they're trying to create. But watching her and her male ceremonial partner work this thing was a sight to behold. I wish I could have recorded the whole thing start to finish. It was positively brilliant. Next slide. Wow. So there he is. If I remember right, he's placing extra things in the fire in certain places once it had been started. But and again, the wind's blowing, the fire changes direction, and yet anytime it did, he wasn't there. So he was totally attenuated to what he was doing there. And it was another brilliant I'll call it a performance. I know that some people might object to that, but a sacred performance is just that. It's sacred. Next slide. One of the main temples at Tikal. Next slide. One of the overviews. If you look in the bottom, you can see where they were starting to set up the equipment.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
Fortunately, it was like they were just getting started with that, and we didn't see what they actually did with it until we'd already left there. And we were actually sitting in a restaurant that evening, and we were watching a TV of that ceremony live and watching the bullshit that they were doing there, in my opinion, anyway. The young people today, that might be how they want to see it, and I will not take that away if that's what everybody felt was relevant. But for me, it was not relevant to this place. Next slide. One of the cooler experiences we had there one evening, here's another one of those cosmic vaginas. Yeah. And when you go through this thing, it's kind of short and it's narrow, and you almost have to turn. I mean, your shoulders almost like touch. Literally, it's that tight. It's supposed to be. The whole thing is about humbling yourself. So you walk through this thing, it opens up into a courtyard. And I mean, we're walking through this in the dark. So we open up into this courtyard. I mean, you can see the veil of the Milky Way, because there's no light anywhere near there.
Right.
It's pitch black. So you can see all the dark places in our galaxy. And we started hearing howler monkeys in the distance, and then they'd stop, and then they'd be closer, and then they'd stop, and then they'd be closer, and then they stop. And then at one point, we just keep thinking, oh shit, they're going to be right on top of us. This is really funny. If I remember right, somebody actually farted. Howler monkeys stopped. We never heard them again.
All right. That's the pro tip right there for howler monkeys.
It was the perfect, build up. And then,
wow.
It's just one of those things that I will remember always and, cannot possibly be recreated. Next slide. This is what their turkeys look like. Ain't that cool?
Wow.
Tell me that ain't a psychedelic turkey.
That's a trippy turkey right there.
But I loved it. I followed them around for a while till I got a couple of decent pictures. They were not really cooperating, but this one was a pretty good shot. So I figured that was worth sharing. Next slide. This is Lake Atitlan in Guatemala. We were staying on the edge of it and actually went out on it. And this is definitely a power spot as well. And you can see there's actually some limestone in the water because of that beautiful deep green and almost opaque green color. But a truly, truly magical place in Guatemala. If anybody finds themselves down in that area, this would definitely be a place to go investigate. Next slide. In Star Wars, where you can see I forget which one of the Star Wars movies. People are going to hate me for that, but you can see the top of a temple sticking up above the jungle. That's what you're looking at there behind us. So
yeah, I don't remember what one that is either, but
we're standing on the top of the Jaguar Temple.
Nice. And
we actually heard jaguars while we were standing up there, which is really unusual to hear them going off in daylight. Wow. So we felt like that was relevant, but who knows? It might have just been a coincidence and just a damn finely appreciated one. Next slide. My lovely wife, Shannon, in front of we're getting into mushroom pictures now. Standing in front of one of our booths at an event with some of our mushrooms and some of the various extracts that I make from the different medicinal mushrooms. Next slide. This guy and that mushroom. Nice. That's one of those I like to grow a lot. They grow best here for us seasonally in the fall and through the winter. So we're out of that season for now, but that's what my big 10 by 10 tent is for growing those and usually those in chestnuts. Next slide. So there's the tent. I got a little bit of pinks in there, some blue oysters, lion's mane, and their chestnuts are not blooming in that one. Next slide. You can see the chestnuts blooming there on the top shelf, and lion's mane down low. Those had already been flushed several times. You can see how they suck every bit of the air out of the bags. Right. You know, if once they reach that filter patch, even if you've got a hole cut in them, they still collapse the bag down like that. That's the craziest shit, but it doesn't seem to impact their growth. So I've always just let them do it until they're pretty well used up. And then, you know, sometimes you can cut it open and get another ancillary flush out of it. Next slide. Close up of the chestnut Foliota adiposa. That's one of my favorite culinary mushrooms. And I just love how they look when they're little with those little points on their head. And you can see the little pins forming on the one next to it. Next slide. And that's more what they look like when they're fully formed. And any bigger than that and the stems start getting tough. So I usually harvest them before this, but I was out of town for a couple of days. And when I came back, this is what they look like. And I still felt like I needed to take a picture of it. And I felt like that was relevant here. So next slide. Lion's mane, next slide. Drying a shit ton of lion's mane. And a nice big commercial dehydrator that I'm fortunate to have. Next slide. Blue oyster, next slide. Not a mushroom, but one of my favorite medicinal plants, Monotropa uniflora, ghost pipe.
It's pretty pink.
Really,
it's got some nice pink
they tend to do that when they're getting a little more mature. And remember the red one, the absolute blood crimson red ones that we saw in Mexico that I photographed? That's the first time I'd ever seen anything like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, one of my favorites. So I threw that in there. Next slide. Iceria. I love the entomopathogens, you know, the cordyceps and the Icarias. Next slide. When the first time Shannon and I went to Mexico to La Villa Bonita, the place I was telling you about, we went on this foray. This was not even all of what we found that afternoon. Man. So what a few of us found in an afternoon eclipsed any 5 forays I've ever been on combined.
That's a haul, man.
Next slide. Better representation of our find. There's somewhere about 18 species there, I think.
Nice.
But there were so many of the azures there. You know, the indigos that was it was mind bending to me. And our guide who was there looked like she was 13, but she's a world-class expert.
Wow.
You know, and her mother is one of the Mexican native traditions. I'm not sure which one, so I don't want to speak out of turn on that, but she had the ability to spot these things under, I mean, you know, they always form under leaf litter.
Right.
She could point and spot to one that I literally looking right at it couldn't see, but she was amazed that I found some of the ones I did. So I considered that a hell of a win coming from her. Next slide. Okay, let's talk about this just for a minute. Anybody who doesn't know, one of the things that I do with Phenomenal Fungi is build flow hoods. And
they are phenomenal. They are phenomenal.
Well, thank you very much. I think so too. Started out from just needing one for myself. And then I had friends who were like, oh man, can I get one of those? And by the time I'd sold 6 or 7 of them, it was, you know, Shannon was like, oh man, we need to look into this. And I think now we've got somewhere between 400 and 500 of them out there.
Wow.
In probably 35 states. We're also in Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Mexico very recently. So now we're technically international. And I just recently delivered one to Barbados.
Wow.
So we're all over. They are true.
I like it.
Vestas can be accomplished nominally. They are true laminar flow in that where you put the anemometer on them, whatever the wind speed is, is within 0.2 of the same everywhere across this filter. Nice. The fan filter unit that is currently in my lab is 20 feet per minute slower in the middle than it is out near the corners.
That's mine, dude. I can't use the middle. Yeah.
So we know that they're not as true laminar flow, even though, I mean, with this technology, I cannot build a 2 foot by 4 foot. So we build 24 by 36 is the largest one we build, 24 by 24 and 18 by 24. And don't bother asking, I don't build smaller than that.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. And I'm not really going to get into it, but all of this is done with routered, not interlocking, but overlapping cutters. So I get to show off doing the turned grain thing by cutting the 3 things consecutive.
Oh, I noticed.
So, well, yeah, of course, you're a woodworker, you know, you would notice, and a whole lot of people notice. And the ones that don't notice that, they just know, oh my God, they're so beautiful. And
they look great. By
the way, shout out to Miss Mush. I now know that her flow hood is one of mine.
Oh, cool, man.
So her and Mac Reddy.
Oh, I knew Mac Reddy. Yeah.
Yeah. The 2 of them are the 2 that I know of in this community.
Nice.
But she reposted a little video that Shannon put out there of one of these flow hoods and said, yeah, I've had one of his flow hoods for 3 years and it works flawless. And so shout out to Miss Mush for that. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. By the way, we love your iceberg. That's all I'm going to say about that right now. Next slide.
Yeah.
Just a couple more pictures of, you know, some of the different sizes when I, you know, build groups of them. I'm going to talk very, very briefly about this. I know we're running really long and I know this is not uncommon for you and I didn't mean to go this long.
It's all good.
There's a lot of different ways that this can be done. The paper micro pleats absolutely work, you know, so the lesser, you know, expenditure, lesser investment kind can absolutely do the job. What I built these for was for maximum duration.
Right.
So these things have a higher flow rate, less restriction. So it meant I had to use a larger blower to get a pressurized plenum behind it. But the reality is the ones that I've looked at that we now have some that are approaching 6 years old, I think. Ones that I've looked into that I know people that own them who've had them for years, based on what the initial velocity was compared to today's velocity, I can realistically predict that even with moderate use, if you're taking basic care of this thing, this will last you 10 years without changing the HEPA filter.
Oh, yeah.
I don't talk about that on my site because I don't want to get challenged by it by the site. Well, how can you prove that? Well, honestly, I can't because I don't have any 10 years old yet. So rather than risk getting in trouble, I say you can expect them to last 4 or 5 years without. So far, out of all the units we have, one person has replaced a HEPA filter, and he was using the thing like 24/7 for weeks at a time in a room that he should have had a scrubber in instead.
Right.
And it never should have been a lab, secondly. And he's now learned from that, but no one else has replaced a HEPA filter.
Nice.
So I recognize that ours are a bigger price point investment and they're a bit larger and bulkier, but the filters that are not as thick as these are like 5 7/8 deep filters. The filters that are half that depth, like in our fan filter units, you're just not going to get that kind of longevity out of. I mean, I think our fan filter units, we might get that at the rate we use them. But these things, just if you keep a pre-filter in them, which is, you know, an off-the-shelf pre-filter, they will last you, could be into your kids' career. So that's what I'm going to say about flow hoods. Next slide. Shannon likes to call this man glitter. So that's what she calls sawdust, man glitter. So in cutting a bunch of these pieces out, this she kind of finds this picture amusing. So we figured we would include it anyway. Nice. Next slide. The inside of my lab, all the glassware for doing extraction work. You know, I'm blessed to have this big of a space, and basically now all the equipment I use. Next slide. A little better close up. I love that table. It's adjustable height. It's got a crank on the right hand side, so I can get the thing down at desk height, or I can have it up nice and high like it is there when I'm doing cultures and whatnot. And you know, that's another one of those Huskies from Home Depot kind of tables. So, and I got a really good deal on it. I happened to catch it on sale. Next slide. That's a view of my current altar. So this thing that you see behind me, I figured for the people that go, hey, what's that I'm seeing behind him? I figured, let me go ahead and throw these in here and give people a little bit of a view. And unlike most of my North American native elders who are phobic about having shit photographed, to me, having a photograph of my altar does not connect you to it. Seeing a photograph of my altar does not connect you to it. So I don't have that same, what I consider to be a bias, but I figured it needed to be included there. And the artist painted this for me. One of the things that I wanted in it most in the world was for mushrooms in it. And it's one of the things that he didn't include. Well, I was looking for an image, and the image that I've got there that I stuck behind the glass was off the cover of Robert Rogers' book on psilocybin. Nice. So I just cut the image out and put it on there. Sorry, Robert. That just felt like that needed to be there. And yours was just the winning iconography. So be proud of that. Next slide. That's the tapestry behind me, and one of my drums, and you can see the top of the didge and a couple of flutes that my brother gave me. Next slide. Me and the man in 2015. He was at Nama here in Black Mountain, and I got to meet him and talk to him, and he's pretty good about not minding the endless throng of people who think he's a rock star. Right. And was gracious enough to let me take this picture. Next slide. Trad Cotter, myself, and Robert Rogers, they were teaching a class at Trad's place. Trad and Olga, I think Olga's now running it, Mushroom Mountain in Easley, South Carolina. Yeah. I was doing a program with them on medical, or what am I trying to say? Using mushrooms as medicine. And it was kind of a master class kind of thing. And I mean, Robert Rogers is one of the brilliant herbalists that is in my orbit, that he's probably the longest practicing herbalist that I know. He's in Canada somewhere. I don't remember now. I think he's in Alberta. But he's a brilliant herbalist. He's probably got 30 different books out on every aspect of herbalism you can imagine. But a phenomenal human being. Next slide. That's Ed McGaw. That's the guy who gave me my name, my Lakota medicine name.
Very cool.
Who passed away about 2 months after this photo was taken. Next slide.
I think we did it.
That's it. Okay.
We did the slides, man.
I want to give a quick shout out. I got a young friend who is a very young budding mycologist. And it's amazing his comprehension. I mean, I wouldn't trust him to ID a mushroom. No offense, buddy. You'll get there. but his enthusiasm is positively infectious. I believe in when I truly believe in what someone is doing. I like to make sure I compliment and comment that about that, because I want to keep him on that path. So Forrest, keep up the good work, and we'll see you as soon as I can see you.
Great name,
unless you got,
Forrest. Good name.
yeah.
Yes,
If
great.
if you don't mind, I've got something I want to share about my dad, and this is what I'll end it with,
Sure.
unless you've got something else you want to cover.
No, go for it. Yeah, this is great.
For those of you that don't know, my dad passed away recently. He had dementia, so honestly, I'm grateful that he did pass away. This man was one of my heroes. He certainly shaped who I am. And one of the last times that I got to see him, I'd been down there for a week just kind of helping my mom. And so I didn't want to just leave the day I was leaving. So the day before, I told him, hey, now, I got to go back home tomorrow. And he's like, oh, really? And I was like, yeah, well, I can't stay. I've got a business to run. I got stuff I got to go do. And he looked me dead in the eye and said, it is so nice to have met you. And where that could have been terrifying, it could have been gut-wrenching, it could have been a lot of things, I actually laughed and said, so nice to have met you too. Yeah. So the point I'm making is any of this can leave in a blink.
Yep.
The people you treasure, make sure they know it. Make sure you honor them. And just because things get difficult, one of the things that all of these people who've spent their hard-earned time and money and effort to teach me is that where you find lessons is wherever you are.
Right. Yep.
So don't make light of anything. Everything that's happening is relevant. There's a term in Lakota spiritual, well, in the Lakota language, it's hokahe, and it gets mistranslated all the time. They translate it in movies as it's a good day to die. My understanding is what was meant by it is all things are as they should be. So unlike most religions and some faiths where they love to cherry pick their beliefs, they love to love the parts they like and hate the parts they don't. One of the blessings I've learned from all of these things, to tie this back with what you were asking of me, Geek, is that the gift in all of this is truly learning to recognize that everything that happens to you, everything, all things are as they should be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really true. Yeah, man, it's hard to say. I'm glad my dad is done with dementia, but boy, oh boy, it's not easy.
It is not.
It is, and there's a period where the people who have it are really frustrated because they literally feel it slipping away. Their awareness of their life and
Yeah,
to some degree who they are and who are all these people that are coming to see them. But boy, for the family, it is.
Yeah.
That is who it's devastating for. And
yeah, and my mom was for several years was taking care of him just by herself. And I honestly, after helping her out some, I don't know how she did it. I really don't. It gave me even more respect than I already had for my mom, that she's capable of that level of dedication, even to her own detriment.
Oh yeah, it's
so where for some people this would be a very scary, sad thing. For me, it's a mixed blessing. I mean, I know I'm going to miss the guy periodically because he's been a huge part of my life.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I mean, for 2 years, I've been essentially saying goodbye every time I was there, either energetically or he kept seeing his parents who'd been gone for a long time. And I kept saying to him, yeah, Dad, next time you see your parents, go with them.
Right.
And I think he finally did. So good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that stuff is not easy. It is. I mean, there's no version of loss that's easy for sure.
No.
But boy, dementia is not a fun one. It's
But
not.
a life well lived sure takes the sting out of it.
It does. Yes. And yeah, and it does give
And the
you
bitterness.
it gives you time too. It does, even though there's a bit, like you said,
Yep.
that it cuts both ways. But yeah, man, I'm glad you had the time. I'm glad that has concluded, and you don't have to keep just endlessly saying goodbye. So I'm glad you got there. Yeah, man. Oh, I don't look forward to that. Mine are getting up there in age. Do not look forward to that. That's not going to be fun. All right, man. Well, this was great. I really just, we talk a lot about cultivating mushrooms on the show. And we spend a whole lot of time not talking about cultivating mushrooms tonight, but I think this is great because there is so much more to life, right? Like, for as much as we spend all this time going on and on about mushrooms, cubes, no, pans, no, zaptocorum. The whole point of all of this, whether you're eating lion's mane for mental clarity, whether you're foraging mushrooms to just, eat for dinner, whether you're having a macro dose of cubensis to try to quit smoking, it should all just be serving your life.
Indeed.
That's it. It shouldn't exclusively be your life.
No.
It has to just be a part of it.
I agree.
So, yeah.
I mean, there was one other thing we're supposed to talk about. We should do that really quickly.
Oh, what's that?
Was about your upcoming trip.
Oh yeah. Yeah, guys, guess who's coming?
We all had such a blast on the last one.
We did.
And I mean, for those of you who have never gone out in the field to hunt these actives, I mean, it's one thing to go on a foraging trip, but if you have never been to go see Hymeae, Zapatocorum, all these, Neopalapensis, all of these, if you have never seen these things wild in situ, I promise you,
it's cool.
If you can find the way and the resources, your life will be changed in ways you cannot imagine.
Yeah.
And this is coming from somebody that has the ceremonial experience that I do, that it was breathtaking. The hikes we did, one of them was the most brutal thing I've ever done in my life.
Yes,
I would have quit at 2 points if it would have been an option.
Yeah.
But I'd have had to been airlifted out of there, so I had to continue. But I would consider doing it again. Good news is Mr. Geek here has put together a trip coming up in July that's going to that same area. And yes, I'm going to be on that trip because, as soon as he told me that he and Natural State and Mycology and Don King were doing this thing, I was like, oh my God, I'm so in.
And by the way,
if go do this again.
Cougar's driving one of our rental cars. So if you want to have a really good time, Cougar is an awesome driver. He's so fun to drive around Mexico with. You guys got call dibs on who's going to ride with Cougar. Yes.
I drive like I do ceremony.
There you go. Yeah, man, it's going to be a great time. I cannot tell you how many moments in my days I spend thinking about that place. I really dig that place. I dig the city of Jalapa, of Jico, of Coatepec, and then particularly just being out in the native habitats and seeing, I mean, the cloud forest just in and of itself is Dude, this guy was talking about bromeliads all day. I had never seen anything like it. It's just a special place. You got orchids, you got bromeliads, you got active mushrooms in a greater concentration than, I mean, I don't think there are too many other places in the world where you can stumble upon as many active mushrooms in a 5-mile radius. It's
Not
pretty
to my
nuts.
knowledge.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So yeah,
Well,
man,
and
it's
not
gonna
to
be fun.
mention, I mean, not to mention the culture of the place.
Yes.
These are not typical tourist places.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to eat food that the local people eat.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and go visit places that will inspire you in ways that you can't imagine. And honestly, I can say this without having gone on this trip yet, but I'll guarantee you this trip is going to be more awesome than the one that Geek and I and Don and Natural State met on. And that was a brilliant trip.
We're gonna have a great time. Here's what I love. It's gonna be a bunch of people that love to grow mushrooms, finding all the kind of mushrooms that we like to grow out in the wild. Yes, it's gonna be a really good time. I cannot
cool
wait.
digs, good food, good friends. Guaranteed you'll make new friends. Guaranteed.
Yep. Yeah, I got a buddy who just said, he's like, oh my God, I just watched your Mexico episode. I can't believe you're going to Mexico. Oh my God, I gotta go, sign me up right now. And he's like a big commercial cultivator. And I'm like, this is great. There is gonna be
wow, I look forward to
cultivator, commercial cultivators, shamans, just so many cool people. And one thing that we're definitely going to do is we're going to take the time to myceliate, to get to know one another, and yeah, just connect. And it's going to be so much fun. We don't have to wait too much longer. I think we're about a couple months away, so we're getting there.
It'll be here before we know it, man.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, dude, and I'm just ready. I made a handful of really great friends on that trip. I fully intend on strengthening those friendships and making a bunch more friendships down there. So I'm literally almost crawling on my skin. It's like the week before school got out when you were a senior in high school, man, you just couldn't come quick enough. That's going to be a good time. Well, this was great. I even learned a lot about you. I got to definitely see a lot of cool places you'd been that I'd heard about, but didn't get to see some of the stuff. This has been a phenomenal podcast. Yes, we went long. Yes, it's 1 a.m. Yes, I have to get up in, let me do the math, 5 hours, but
shit,
it was worth it, dude. It was worth it.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way.
Oh, yes, I definitely do.
This is normally about when I go to bed anyway.
Okay.
So this is pretty much my norm.
That's great.
Shannon's probably asleep by now, but
oh yeah, my wife's always asleep by the time.
She might be watching this just because I'm on it, but we'll see. But yeah, at some point we'll have to get together in person, and I can show you all the pictures from some of these trips and really blow your mind, because it's hard to take 4,000 pictures and get it down to what I got it.
Oh my God. It is. It's impossible. Yeah.
But it was worth it. I got to relive some of that and think about things I hadn't thought about in a while. So thank you very much for inviting me. I really appreciate it. I really.
We'll do it again, dude. We're gonna do it again. This ain't the last time. Don't you worry.
No. I really approve of what you're doing and your message and how you do it with the people. So in my native tradition, I thank you on behalf of the people. I thank you for, putting yourself out there and putting the work into this to help people raise their cultivation game. And tonight, hopefully we inspired people to raise their awareness game a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, that's really the long-term goal is that I don't just want people to grow mushrooms for no fucking reason, right? Like I see the hurt, the pain, the anguish, the disconnection, the loneliness, the sadness, the mental struggle. I mean, and I think
the mushrooms can be the antithesis for all of that. They can be.
it can be
properly utilized.
Yes, a phenomenal starting point for a lot of
Yes.
people. Yes. Yeah, man. All right, dude. Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna go to bed. Don't forget, guys, we got who do I got coming up next week? Why am I drawing a blank? Hold on. Can I figure out who do I got? Oh, yeah. So we got Jack Cyan next week. He's outdoor wood lover, cultivator. He's got a lot of cool stuff. He might help us crack the nut on a lot of these rarer actives that not many people have cultivated. I think it's going to be fun. In the next couple years, I think we're going to figure out how to grow a lot of cool stuff, and we're going to get to experience, the subtle little differences in the tryptamine alkaloid profiles of all these mushrooms. And I'm going to be here for it. I can't wait. Yeah. All right, man. Thank you, Cougar. I will see you shortly. And as always, great talking to you.
Great talking to you too, brother.
All right, man. All right, guys, we did it. This is like the old days. We used to, man, I used to stay up till 2 a.m. talking to Ed, and and then the show would end, and then I'd still talk to Ed for another hour or two, and then I'd go, what the hell did I do? What is my problem? But when you're having a good time, time flies. So anyway, next week, Jack Cyan's gonna be on the show. We're gonna get into it. If you're feeling like you got cubes figured out and you're ready to grow something else, especially if you're ready to grow some stuff outside, next week's going to be a pretty great episode. And then who do I got after that? I think coming up pretty soon, I have this younger guy I met at NAMA last year. He is from Canada, and mushrooms have kind of played a part in having him do a 180 with his life. And so we're going to talk about all that. And it never ends. There's 100 million people we can talk about who are just connecting with mushrooms and nature and letting it guide their life right now. And it's pretty awesome. So I'm looking forward to all that stuff. And man, if you guys aren't already out foraging, they're out there, man. I'm finding the coolest stuff all the time right now. I've been so busy, I haven't got a chance to post all of it, but definitely in the next few days and next week, I'm going to get some more posts up so you can see all the cool mushrooms I'm finding right now. Just get out there, wander around the woods, look under logs, poke around, see what you can find. And of course, guys, go grow some mushrooms.